Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. JD Vance meets Netanyahu in Jerusalem, warning the US and its allies have a tough task ahead of them in Gaza. Moscow strikes Kiev after Ukraine used British-made missiles on Russia as Trump calls off talks with Putin. And seen double, Eurostar announces plans to roll out double-decker trains through the Channel Tunnel. JD Vance has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel today, as he says the Gaza deal is going better than expected. The US Vice President and his wife Usha Vance were welcomed by Netanyahu and his wife Sarah in Jerusalem. That's before giving a joint press conference. Vance acknowledged the US and its allies had a very tough task ahead as he addressed the media. Take a listen to this.
It's going to take a lot of work. I was in the CMCC, which we opened up yesterday. A lot of our Israeli friends working together with a lot of Americans to actually mediate this entire ceasefire process, to get some of the critical infrastructure off the ground, from the international security force to some of the reconstruction of Gaza. It's not easy. I never said it was easy, but what I am is optimistic that the ceasefire is going to hold and that we can actually build a better future in the entire Middle East.
Now, for more on this story, I'm joined from Riyadh by Naz Daly. Naz, thanks for joining us. Well, you've built your platform around storytelling and about human connection as well. What's your read on how people are processing this ceasefire narrative online right now?
Yeah, first of all, Jonah, thank you for having me. I'm calling you from Saudi Arabia. It's good to be here. I wish I could be with you in the studio. Look, the ceasefire, every ceasefire is a good ceasefire. It's good for the world. Not as many people dying. We're heading towards peace, and I think that's really, really important. Everybody I know, I think the general sentiment is that of optimism. So, but I still think there's a bit of a question mark whether actually all 20 points will be, will be executed or not, and that's still a question for everybody.
I guess, Naz, when JD Vance says stuff like he's optimistic about the truce as well, you have to look at the global audience, which you're directly connected into. And if we just simply look at the 14 million people who are following you on YouTube alone, do you think the audience globally are going to buy that optimism? Are they maybe a bit skeptical of this right now?
Look, here's how I think about it. If you know nothing about the conflict, you're optimistic. If you know a lot about the conflict, you're not as optimistic. So I'll leave it as that. So those that are let's say, armchair viewers of the conflict, I think overall they're happy. But the ones that really understand Hamas, really understand Israel, really understand the region, I think there's a couple of question marks.
As somebody like yourself with, I want to say a foot in either camp, but I'll delve more into that in a second. You're Israeli-Palestinian. You've publicly discussed this at length before on your channels. How do you view this? Because you effectively are both. I guess that's the best way to describe it. What do you feel when you see this peace process on the border of a breakdown?
Look, I'm one of the lucky ones. I understand Israel better than anybody else because I am Israeli. I also understand Palestinians better than anybody else because I am Palestinian. There's only 2 million people like me in the world that can see both sides. And I'll tell you this very honestly. The best thing that could happen to the Palestinians and Palestine is the defeat of Hamas. That is the best thing that could happen. And the best thing that could happen to the Israelis is the defeat of Hamas. The same thing is the best thing that could happen to both Israelis and Palestinians. This is a very rare moment. We both have the same goal. No more terrorism. And I think we're getting closer to it than ever before.
Naz, the return of the hostages, and Hamas has released 2 more hostage bodies as well. The emotional impact on that for you as someone who's Israeli, when we saw the return of the Israeli live hostages in Hostage Square, that was a huge pivotal moment. And again, it was difficult not to be moved to tears seeing that. Likewise, on the opposite end of that, we saw Palestinians who'd been held as prisoners, who'd been returned to their families as well. And again, tears were on many people's faces when we saw something like that. What do you think the public sentiment is, especially on social media where you are so active, when people see this and say, okay, we're moving in the right direction?
Do you want the honest answer or just a TV answer?
I want the honest answer from you.
Good. Okay. The honest answer is, I think those that are pro-Palestine, anti-Israel have dehumanized every Israeli. So they did not feel much about the hostages. Those that are pro-Israel and anti-Palestine, they didn't feel much either about the Palestinian prisoners because we have also dehumanized the Palestinian side. There is dehumanization from both sides. So the question is, did you shed any tears? Depends on which side of this conflict you're on. That's essentially what happened. If you ask for my personal opinion, my honest personal opinion, I was sad. I was really sad because sad at the amount of lives that were lost over the last 2 years that were unnecessary. We didn't have to do this war. We didn't have to go through all of this. You know, we really, the Middle East, and I'm saying this as a Middle Eastern, we need to put an end to radical extremism. This is very important in southern Lebanon, in Hamas, in Iran. In Syria, we gotta put an end to this radical extremism. And I'm just sad that this radical extremism has led to so many lives lost for Palestinians and Israelis.
The US are involved heavily now, and we're seeing this. We've seen J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio is arriving tomorrow as well. It's kind of all hands on deck. Does it feel like the US really wants to get the ceasefire back on track from your point of view? Do you think it's in their best interest, but also in a global interest, that we just keep this ceasefire and keep the peace for as long as possible?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of saving face that is needed. You have your entire reputation on the line as the US government, as Trump, as J.D. Vance, as Qatar, as Turkey. You've put your reputation on the line that this will happen. And if it doesn't happen, you kind of lose a bit of reputation. So I'm optimistic that the parties involved on the other side will uphold their commitment. Otherwise, it's a really bad look.
Naz, this has been a war of misinformation, and I don't know how best else to describe it. Depending on where you are in the globe, you've been fed information by the media that really will side you with either Israel or Palestine, depending on, again, where you've been and what the modus operandi is behind the particular news outlet from that country. From your point of view, is it someone like you and content creators in a similar position as you with a global reach who maybe can make a difference here and can go in on the ground and potentially show us, well, what's really happening from an Israeli perspective or from a Palestinian perspective?
That's a great question. Again, do you want the honest answer or the TV politically correct answer?
You know exactly where I'm going with this, Naz. I need you to give me the hits on this. You know how important it is.
Okay, good to know. Well, the truth of the matter is the internet has simplified Israel and Palestine into black and white. The internet has taken something that's extremely complicated for 70 years plus and made it into right and wrong, which it's not. Jews and Palestinians both belong in the lands. They both belong in the Middle East. That is a fact. We need two states, Israel and Palestine. That is a fact. And probably the biggest reason why we have this misinformation on the internet is two things. It's Al Jazeera, I think you know them, and TikTok. Those two entities have been responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of people around the world because of their misinformation. And I know this for a fact.
Would you go in on the ground? Would you go to Gaza? You've gone to some places, and I've loved your videos for a very, very long time, and I've seen some of the places you've gone to. I've been inspired by the videos that you've done on places that you've gone and things that you've seen. Would Gaza be on the list of Naz Daily to go in and see the damage that has been done, but also give hope to people to say, well, here's what's in line for the future?
First of all, I appreciate you watching Naz Daily, and thank you for knowing exactly what Naz Daily is. We try to really show hope in many places where there's sometimes no hope. Naz Daily has gone to the West Bank, and I've bought an apartment in the West Bank to support the economy, and I made countless videos supporting Palestinians. I have not gone to Gaza because I'm not allowed to. I cannot access Gaza. And so if I have the ability to, I would love to. I mean, Gaza is extremely complicated, and now it's an active war zone. And generally, I try to stay away from active war zones like Russia, Ukraine, or Nigeria, or Sudan. I try to stay away from active war zones. But when things calm down, I would love to take a visit and make the Nas Daily videos.
And we know that some of the news outlets that you mentioned have been in that war zone as well. But Naz, I want to say it was an honour to have you on the show, and thanks for chatting to us. And it was unusual for us to have a guest who has both the Israeli and the Palestinian perspective all in one. So thanks for having a chat to us on W News. Appreciate it. Now, Ukraine says it used British-made Storm Shadow missiles in a massive strike on a Russian chemical plant in the Bryansk region. The attack penetrated Russian air defences and could draw new threats from Moscow. It came as Russian strikes killed 7 people in Ukraine, while US President Donald Trump shelved talks with Vladimir Putin, calling them a wasted meeting. Let's head to London to discuss this in more detail. We're going to speak to defence and security analyst Tobias Elwood. Tobias, thanks for joining us. Ukraine using British-made Storm Shadow missiles inside Russia. This is somewhat of an escalation, potentially. What is the message that's been sent to Moscow by this action?
Well, it's, I think, been a characteristic of this conflict from the very, very start, that we've had a big debate. I mean, using that word, isn't this escalation that we're using another type of missile? We either support Ukraine or we don't. We're either in it 100% or we're not. And if we want Ukraine to survive, to win, to be able to claim any form of victory, we need to give them the tools to be able to push Russia back. And if we don't, then we might as well give up. You might as well not give anything at all. You might as well just go straight for a ceasefire or indeed just appease Russia. So the fact that we're now seeing Storm Shadow missiles, which, yes, is a very, very potent missile system which can hit Russian targets at range, we shouldn't be surprised that this is now being utilized. I have been a huge critic of this public debate from the very start, whether it's been anti-tank weapons, whether it's been tanks themselves, F-16s, and now long-range missiles. Let's remain committed to make sure that we give Ukraine the tools that they require. And Tomahawks should be included in that. Taurus missiles that the Germans make. The fact is that we've been too timid. We've been spooked by Putin all along because he's like threatening to press the nuclear button. If he's allowed to use weapon systems fired from deep inside Russia, from bases far away from the Ukrainian border, then they become, according to international law, legitimate targets for Ukraine to fight back at. And that's exactly what happened here. So whilst it has happened, we should not be surprised. Indeed, we need to see more of that if we're seriously going to stand up to Putin and support Ukraine.
Now, there is the question and the concern, and I think rightly so, that this could trigger direct retaliation. It could even change Russia's calculus in the war. Is there a concern in the UK that that might be the case?
Well, of course, you need to keep your eye on the escalatory ladder as we see. But the idea that they then retaliate against Britain is something that they will make the same calculation about, recognizing that it won't be just an attack against Britain, of course, it will be an attack against NATO itself. And this goes to the very heart of what exactly is happening here. This is a sovereign state, a democratic state that's been invaded 3 years ago, and the West has not done enough to stand up to the adversary. And the discussions that we've had, you mentioned in your introduction that we're going to have another summit in Budapest, now been cancelled. Why? Because nothing was going to come out of it. Putin himself has taken full advantage of the confusing position that America, or particularly Trump, has had in handling this particular issue. Trump has demanded that Europe spend more on its weapon systems, quite rightly, that NATO should invest more in its defense posture. That has now happened. But when there's to be a collective effort to strengthen Europe, which is in America's interest as well, then we've been found wanting. And this summit has collapsed, but it still begs the question, what is our strategy to look Putin in the eye, to help Ukraine, and to make sure that this war doesn't spill beyond the borders of that particular country?
Well, let's just come back to that for 1 second. As you mentioned, Trump has postponed this Putin meeting, saying it's a waste of a meeting. What does that actually say about Washington, their current leverage, or maybe even their position on that? May it have changed, or has it remained steadfast?
Yeah, I mean, this is the key question, because we're waiting for Donald Trump to catch up with European thinking, to recognize that Putin isn't somebody that you can trust, that the Kremlin isn't a place that you can do deals with, that we cannot actually expect Russia to be committed to any long-term ceasefire. These are the things Europe knows. But America, or particularly Trump, somehow believes that you could get round the table and knock heads together and secure a short-term deal. And you'd hope slowly, when he came to the NATO summit in The Hague not long ago, he then said, now I recognize, what Russia is doing. Let's have those secondary sanctions. Let's stand up to Putin. And then he gets a call from Putin, who then manages to somehow persuade him to then row back. And that's exactly where we were with Budapest. And I believe now it's time for Europe just to recognize we can't rely on America at the moment. They are our closest security ally. And it's not good when America and Europe are not on the same page security-wise, because adversaries, not just Russia, but China and others, take advantage of that. But if we want to stop Russia's wider geopolitical ambition to alter the lines of the Europe's map once again, then we have to look beyond Ukraine, and we have to invest far more than just in Storm Shadow missiles, but a wider effort to hold Russia back.
Tobias, Zelensky saying that Russia is less interested in diplomacy. Seems like it may be a fair assessment at this stage.
Oh, it is. And Russia is a wily operator. Why are they attacking or sending drones into Poland and the Baltics? It's because it then focuses NATO's efforts to say, well, we better shore up our own defenses and not bother with Ukraine. Not recognizing that this is actually a Europe problem as a whole. That what Russia is doing is actually resorting to type. This is what previous leaders going back centuries have done. Russia is a very difficult place to defend. And historically, they've known the best way to defend is to attack. And they've been humbled and humiliated after the fall of the Cold War. This is what it all goes down for. Is Putin's long-term legacy to recalibrate and rebuild Russia as a superpower, knowing, which complicates matters, that China has now got Russia's back. And it's these big geopolitical challenges that I'm afraid we're still wanting Donald Trump to wake up and recognize. China is the long-term strategic challenge, but not dealing with Russia right now will make that challenge all the more complicated when the alliance between Russia and China continues to develop and get stronger and stronger.
And just a very quick one before I let you go, Tobias. The UK's decision to authorise these strikes outside of Ukraine's border. Why is that such a big deal? Why is that significant?
Well, it is significant operationally because, as I said, otherwise we're seeing all these long-range drone attacks taking place from Russia, meaning it's very, very one-sided indeed. Legally, it's the right thing to do, but you're right in your questioning that you raised, that it could provide some form of escalatory or retaliatory response. But we need to have that Cold War statecraft skill set to look at our enemy in the eye and recognize how far back we can push without losing control of where this all might go.
Tobias Ellwood, there we must leave it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making headlines today. President Trump has repeated his promise that India will cut Russian oil imports. That's after a phone call between the US President and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Modi has acknowledged the call and Diwali festival greetings, but did not comment on the topic of Russian oil. At least 46 people have been killed in a multi-vehicle collision in Uganda. Two buses travelling in opposite directions collided head-on while trying to overtake two other vehicles on the Kampala-Gulu highway. An investigation is currently underway. The Louvre Museum in Paris has reopened its doors 3 days after the theft of jewels worth over $100 million. The Apollo Gallery, where the theft occurred, remains closed. The museum director faces questioning by the Senate as investigators analyse fingerprints which have been found at the site of the robbery. Mosquitoes have been found in Iceland for the first time. It's after the country broke multiple records for its high temperatures this year. Now, Iceland was one of only 2 mosquito-free havens in the world. That's mostly due to its cold climate. The only other known mosquito-free zone is Antarctica. And an Australian man has been charged with stealing $5,800 worth of Labubu dolls. Victoria Police raided the 40-year-old man's residence and recovered 43 of the dolls. He will appear before Melbourne Magistrates Court in May of next year and is currently out on bail. It comes as the doll makers launch a mini version of the monster-themed toy amid soaring sales. North Korea has fired multiple ballistic missiles days before President Trump and other world leaders are expected to meet in South Korea. It's the first launch of its kind for months, and also the first since South Korea elected Lee Jae-myung as its new president. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, according to South Korea, it detected several projectiles believed to be short-range ballistic missiles on Wednesday morning local time. They're believed to have been launched from an area south of the North Korean capital, Pyongyang, and flew about 350 kilometers towards the northeast. There weren't any further specifics offered by the South's Joint Chief of Staff, except also to say the missiles didn't land in the sea. Now, the timing doesn't come as much of a surprise. Experts have been saying that North Korea may well conduct missile tests as an act of provocation around the timing of the APEC summit. This is part of an effort to gain recognition as a nuclear weapon state, which it needs in order for it to call on the UN to lift economic sanctions for its weapons program. The developments prompted a response from Japan's new government just a day after Sanai Takaichi became the country's new prime minister. Let's take a listen into what Japan's cabinet chief secretary Minoru Kihara had to say.
In order to protect the people of Japan, the Takaichi administration would like to continue working closely with the United States and South Korea, doing our utmost to gather and analyze necessary information as well as monitor the situation.
Notably, this was the first such launch since Lee Jae-myung came to power in South Korea. He's been promoting a platform of engagement with the North, but there's little doubt who North Korea is targeting its message at. Donald Trump is set to leave for Asia at the end of the week in what will be his first visit to the region since taking office second time round. He's actually said that he hopes to meet with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un potentially this year. Pyongyang says it's open to future talks, but has also said Washington has to give up what it calls its delusional demand for North Korea to give up its nuclear arsenal. Last month, it showcased its newest and most powerful intercontinental ballistic missile, the Hwasong-20, described as having a strike range that knows no bounds.
Patrick Falk reporting for us there. Eurostar has announced plans to introduce double-decker trains through the Channel Tunnel for the very first time. The rail operator, which links London to Paris and to Brussels, will order up to 50 of these trains, increasing the fleet by nearly a third. The deal is said to be worth around €2 billion. We're now going to go live to London to speak to our correspondent, Ollie Barrett. Ollie, thanks for joining us. Eurostar going double-decker. Why are they making this move now?
Well, the reason they are making this move now is really quite a simple one. It's to try and increase capacity as much as they possibly can. Now, Eurostar is saying that from their annual numbers of around 19 million passengers at the moment, they hope to get up to around 30 million passengers as a target. So capacity is a big factor here. You can get obviously many more seats in a double-decker train, and if you run them back to back, as happens at the moment with 200-metre trains here at St Pancras, that means a 400-metre double-decker train of around 1,000 passengers a time. So that could mean more passengers getting through the Channel Tunnel from St Pancras here in London to some of those European destinations which prove so popular. One other element to all of this when it comes to capacity is that there have been various efforts underway to try and boost competition as well as capacity on this cross-channel tunnel line. Now, obviously, one of the difficulties with that is you only have one tunnel underneath the channel. Now, experts believe you can still boost capacity on the lines that you already have running through the channel, but at the moment it's effectively a monopoly for Eurostar, the company, and the services that they operate. And so there are various other companies trying to get into this market in different ways and try and operate on these same lines. It appears that Eurostar is trying to get ahead of the curve in that regard and try and boost capacity in this way, I guess, to try and take on as many of those possible new customers that they think there might be out there as possible.
Ollie, what does it mean for your average day-to-day passenger who may be using this as a commute or just for vacation if they're travelling through the Channel Tunnel? What in real terms does it mean?
Well, one of the things it should mean is more options, more seats available, and therefore the hope is from industry watchers that potentially you could see some cheaper seats available for customers as well. As you quite rightly say, it's not just people who are going on holiday either here in the UK from the European continent or in the other direction. There are a lot of people who use this line for daily, if not weekly, commuting, and if there are more seats on offer, then that could feed through into lower prices, particularly if that extra competition comes on board. In purely practical and simple terms, it would mean that some passengers get to sit upstairs. The existing trains are not much smaller in height than the new trains that are going to be brought on board, but it will mean that there are two levels and therefore a slightly different travelling experience when it comes to heading through the tunnel.
So how big is this investment, Ollie, first of all, for post-Brexit cross-channel confidence? This surely is a game changer. And when could passengers realistically see this train in action?
Yeah, it's a major investment from Eurostar. You were saying earlier, 2 billion euros or so, depending on exactly how far this deal goes. And that's because there is an initial order of trains in the region of 30, and that could go up to 50 trains eventually. Now, when it comes to the post-Brexit nature of all of this, one other thing to factor into that is those extra checks between the UK and the continent of Europe that have been brought in recently, and there have been some concerns about whether they would add to delays, and we have seen those delays at European airports in recent weeks. For example, here at St Pancras, things have been running pretty smoothly so far when it comes to those extra identification checks that the European Union entry system requires. One of the other elements to this is that Eurostar have already announced extra routes from London. They're going to be travelling in the coming years to cities like Geneva and Frankfurt, so opening up the options in terms of travelling destination beyond Paris and Brussels, as we see at the moment. So a growing number of cities that can be serviced by Eurostar, and so that does mean a growing number of connections between the UK and continental Europe. And of course, for many commuters and many campaigners, there is an environmental element to all of this as well. The ability, if there are more train options to and from Europe, to sometimes, for some customers, to avoid, if they want to, a flight and get on a train instead.
Ollie Barrett joining us at the home of the Eurostar, St Pancras in London. Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the top business news for today. China has surpassed the US as Germany's largest trading partner. German imports and exports with China reached over $100 billion from January to August. Trade dynamics shifted after Donald Trump's return to the White House and the imposition of renewed tariffs. The cyber attack on Jaguar Land Rover cost the British economy over $2 billion. Cyber Monitoring Centre said the hack is most economically as a cyber attack event in UK history. The online breach began in late August and caused an IT shutdown and also a halt in Jaguar Land Rover manufacturing operations globally. And let's turn to sport now. Arsenal beat Atletico Madrid 4-0 on Tuesday, securing a third successive championship win. The English team made Championship League history, becoming the first side to win 7 consecutive games against Spanish opposition. Arsenal will next face English Premier League side Crystal Palace on Sunday. And American professional golfer Keegan Bradley fears he will never get over the defeat of a home defeat at Bethpage Black last month. The 39-year-old has now lost 3 Ryder Cups as a player and a captain. According to US media, Tiger Woods is one of the betting favourites likely to replace Bradley as the American Ryder Cup captain. Now, the makers of ChatGPT are hoping to rival Google as they launch a brand new AI-powered web browser called Atlas. Unlike Chrome, Atlas will not require an address bar to search, and Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, says Atlas has been built around ChatGPT, as the new web browser was made available on Apple. Let's find out more about this. Dr. Anas Najdawi is the Associate Professor and Media Speaker in the UAE and the Middle East. Dr. Anas, thanks for joining us. First of all, OpenAI is launching its own browser. This feels like a big, big play. What's the goal of Sam Altman and OpenAI here?
Well, definitely this will be a very big strategic move from OpenAI, where the company is trying to tap into the new trends in the market and try to build maybe a new revenue stream that never existed before, and building up on the change that is happening globally of the behavior of users, where actually they are more dependent on using these language models in order to find information or to search. But not only this, now we are in a time that these kind of platforms are being used as more as agentic or assisting us in order to do many tasks that we never used to have before.
I guess we've seen so much change in the last couple of years, as you rightly said, with the advent of AI as well, but we're seeing some images. I'm guessing developers have had this at their hand and at their disposal for quite a little while before we've seen it in the public market. What's different in Atlas versus Chrome versus Edge versus Safari? What's the change?
Well, the core concept and the philosophy, so these traditional softwares that we are using to navigate through Chrome, and we are actually searching and clicking in order to find information or to search to get an answer. While in the new AI-powered experience, we are actually changing the behavior of users, where we are having conversation, and also we are empowering the AI to do things instead of us. So the whole thing is completely different, and we are actually we are threatening the market that has been established for more than 20 years, dominated by Google, where actually they are generating a lot of revenue from such kind of business by affiliated marketing and by generating advertisement through click and pay. And so all of these actually business models is completely now revolutionized with the agentic, I will call it, commerce.
It's early days for Atlas, so we're still finding out more about it, but something that they have spoken about is agent mode, which anyone who's a user of ChatGPT will be aware is already there, but there are some privacy concerns with that. What is agent mode? Why would I be concerned about my privacy?
Think about you would like to do a task. For example, you want to book for an airline or hotel. Normally what we do is we go through multiple websites, and actually we open a lot of tabs. And what's going to happen, or is going to actually be experienced through Atlas, is that tool will understand you, will have a history about your preferences, and you can search something like this. Could you please find me something similar to the trip I had last year with a different location or a different price? So it can build up on the historical conversation you have done, and no need to juggle between different sources. You are actually having one conversation, and it will give you access to all of these sources, and you are actually giving power to the agent in order to go and make transactions, which actually has been announced that OpenAI is building up some kind of collaboration and partnership with different companies that are actually could generate service for the end users in terms of booking or reserving or a kind of enhancing the experience, the e-commerce.
Are we then likely to see something akin to, I guess, what we've seen with Google, whereby those who pay more are more likely to get booked because they are using Atlas as a service?
Well, definitely, this is something that's going to change completely the market and the philosophy and the user's behavior toward. And I believe now the timing is putting this kind of announcement where Google is finding a lot of challenges with the antitrust and the pressures coming to against this company in order to break down or to actually minimize the domination they have in the market, in the digital marketing and the advertising market in general. And we think that slowly, maturely, we will have more into customers that are adopting these models, definitely.
Well, what we're seeing right now, I guess, is an early adopter hype more than anything else. And that may fizzle out. Will Google likely be worried right now? Will there be crisis talks that are taking place to say how they can up their game, as we've seen them bring AI into search histories in just the last couple of months?
I don't really think that Google will underestimate this. Of course, they have made a lot of great investments and products and tools, and I believe the problem is that this kind of disruptive technology is hitting the business model, actually, and it's not easy to change completely the business model, how you generate revenue. 90-80% Google is used to generate from the advertising and from the digital marketing. Now we have a lot of investment in AI because Google understand, but it will take, that's a good actually competition and healthy, that we will maybe probably see a lot of maybe new products that can be enhancing our experience as users, could probably change the whole e-commerce market.
And I guess every other week we're seeing something new that is AI-driven, that is AI-powered. Sam Altman has been at the forefront of this from the very get-go with OpenAI. Is he now probably one of the big tech players joining the ranks of Bill Gates and of Apple? Is he at that level?
I guess that the competition is, of course, is rising between all the players. As we see the technological development are actually exponential in the technology and in the service is provided, and huge adoption by users. So we don't expect that one dominant player will actually dominate. We see that it's being democratized somehow, and everyone is invited to compete in this market and work in order to provide an added value with their products and services.
We're just seeing it jump leaps and bounds, and before I let you go, I just want to ask, AI is getting somewhat more autonomous in how it acts. Is there a concern from someone in a field such as yourself that it will at some stage become almost sentient in how it operates? Is that really a concern?
Definitely. There are a lot of concerns, especially with the governance model, how these kind of agents are controlled, working or taking decisions. So we need still the governance model that are rolling these kind of systems, not that mature enough. And we need to make sure that we classify where to use this technology in processes or tasks that are maybe classified high risk or lower risk and so on. So I believe we will continue to see a lot of major advancement in the AI, and but we need more faster adoption or improvement of the governance model and the legal system that is confining how to use and what to use and when not to use AI.
It's giving iRobot vibes just a little bit. Well, there we must leave it. Dr. Anas Najdawi, thank you so much for joining us. And a reminder of our top stories this evening. JD Vance meets Netanyahu in Jerusalem, warning the US and its allies have a tough task ahead of them in Gaza. Moscow strikes Kiev after Ukraine used British-made missiles on Russia as Trump calls off talks with Putin. And Scene Double, Eurostar announces plans to roll out double-decker trains through the Channel Tunnel. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. And we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The postponement of the Budapest summit, seen as a setback to ongoing diplomatic efforts, dominated international headlines today. Simultaneously, escalating developments in the Middle East drew significant global attention, reflecting the region's fragile geopolitical landscape. In the United States, domestic news was led by Paul Ingracia's withdrawal from his nomination following the emergence of racist texts, and growing controversy over the White House renovations, which critics say blur the line between personal branding and public office. Most international media reported on what many called a sudden turn in Trump's Ukraine policy. Press portrayed it as a major diplomatic setback, reflecting stalled US-Russia talks on Ukraine. Coverage highlighted Putin's refusal of a ceasefire and Trump's reluctance to hold a wasted meeting. Reports also underscored confusion and mixed signals, with Washington downplaying the event while Hungary claimed preparations were ongoing. The Wall Street Journal captures this sharp turn just days after announcing a Budapest summit with Vladimir Putin, saying Trump now declares the meeting a waste of time, signaling frustration with Moscow's unyielding stance. The report highlights a call between Marco Rubio and Sergei Lavrov, confirmed Russia's insistence on full control of the Donbas region, echoing the failed Alaska talks 2 months ago. The piece contends that Trump's shifting tone reflects mounting impatience as he weighs tougher measures, including advanced U.S. weapon deliveries to Ukraine, while both sides also hint at future diplomacy. Now, the report underscores the stark gap between U.S. and Russian positions, suggesting meaningful progress remains elusive, despite Trump's desire to end the war quickly. The Washington Post commented on this in its editorial, framing the collapse of the planned Vladimir Putin-Donald Trump summit in Budapest as proof that sustained pressure works on the Kremlin. The article traces the breakdown to Moscow's refusal to accept a ceasefire, revealing Russia's unchanged aim, denying Ukraine real sovereignty and security guarantees. It underscores how Ukraine's strikes on Russian oil infrastructure, aided by U.S. intelligence, have increased pressure on Putin, especially amid fears of U.S. Tomahawk missile deliveries. Volodymyr Zelensky framed the summit's collapse as further evidence that Russian diplomacy responds only to credible threats. The piece concludes that economic and military pressure, including renewed sanctions and advanced weapons, may be the most effective path to forcing Moscow towards serious negotiations. Russian media, on the other hand, framed the summit delay as strategic, not a setback, stressing no official date had been set. Outlets portrayed Moscow as asserting control and refusing to rush into talks on unfavorable terms. Analysts emphasize that Western expectations were premature, reinforcing the image of Russia holding diplomatic leverage. Russian daily newspaper Kommersant offers a restrained yet pointed analysis of the uncertainty surrounding the planned summit between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. The piece stresses that the delay is rooted in geopolitical deadlock rather than diplomatic failure. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, or his rejection of a ceasefire along the Ukrainian contact line, illustrates the deep divide between Washington and Moscow. Political analysts also note serious reasons for the summit's postponement, highlighting the lack of progress on core security issues. Kommersant frames the situation as a calculated and controlled, or as being indeed calculated and controlled, reflecting a broader Russian narrative that views delay as strategic positioning and not retreat. Virginia Giuffre's posthumous memoir and the new allegations against Prince Andrew are still capturing the headlines in the UK. A bombshell investigation by The Times reveals that Prince Andrew, Duke of York, has lived rent-free for most of his adult life through Crown Estate properties and royal arrangements. The investigation reveals documents show he paid no rent on Sunninghill Park, a wedding gift from Queen Elizabeth II, and secured a lease at Royal Lodge that grants him rent-free residence until 2078, after paying an initial £1 million and covering refurbishments. Now, the Sunninghill property was later sold in a controversial £15 million deal to a Kazakh billionaire, with renewed also scrutiny following recent scandals. Politicians are urging Andrew to vacate Royal Lodge and live privately, citing public frustration over taxpayer-linked royal privileges. This investigation intensifies pressure on Prince Andrew amid calls to strip him of his remaining royal titles. UK and international media continue to cover developments in the Middle East as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meets Vice President J.D. Vance in Jerusalem today. The Independent reported today on the UK Ministry of Defence confirming the deployment of a senior commander and a small team of British troops to support enforcement of the fragile ceasefire in Gaza, and that is part of a US-led initiative. The report explains that Defence Secretary John Healey announced that a 2-star British Army officer will serve as Deputy Commander of the Civil Military Coordination Centre, which coordinates international efforts to stabilise the truce. The move comes amid growing concerns that the ceasefire, central to Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan, could indeed collapse following renewed Israeli strikes. The U.S. is contributing up to 200 troops to the mission, and talks are ongoing with other countries to join. The piece notes Washington and its allies aim to transition Gaza from conflict to post-war stabilization, though the legal and also operational framework remains unsettled. Arab media kept an eye on the evolving conditions of the ceasefire in the Middle East. Al-Sharq al-Awsat examines how a series of targeted Israeli airstrikes has heightened Hamas's fears that Gaza may face a Lebanon scenario where assassinations continue despite a ceasefire. The report highlights that over 3 days, Israeli drones killed 5 senior members of Izzuddin al-Qassam Brigade and critically injured another, striking in Jabalia and Az-Zawaida area. The report explains that Hamas sources view the strikes as a calculated strategy to maintain long-term Israeli control and to prevent the group from rebuilding militarily, mirroring tactics used against Hezbollah in Lebanon. The piece concludes that although Hamas insists on upholding the truce, officials warn continued violations could indeed trigger brief clashes. And as both Israel and Hamas accuse each other of ceasefire violations, Iran Yashiv wrote in Haaretz, arguing that the greatest challenge to Donald Trump's Gaza peace framework is not Hamas or regional politics, but it's Benjamin Netanyahu. The author contends that while the recent hostage release marks a turning point, Netanyahu's nationalist Jewish Sparta vision threatens to derail fragile diplomatic progress. The article contends that despite pressure from Trump and his envoy, Jared Kushner, Netanyahu remains focused on consolidating power, potentially through delaying tactics, provocations, or even triggering a security crisis. The piece frames Trump as the only figure capable of restraining Netanyahu, noting that sustained U.S. pressure could make or break the deal. It ends with a warning: Israel's liberal public must stay vigilant, as this moment is only a temporary pause in Netanyahu's long-term strategy. American media focused on the abrupt collapse of Paul Ingratius's nomination to lead the U.S. Office of Special Counsel after the exposure of racist text messages. The Politico report highlights the immediate backlash within the Republican Party. The messages it sparked also within key senators, including John Thune and Rick Scott, withdrawing support. The piece highlights how Ingratius's existing controversies, including past ties to extremist figures and a harassment allegation, amplified the scandal's impact. It also frames his withdrawal as both politically inevitable and shows the heightened scrutiny facing political appointees. And we'll end with another controversy that grabbed the attention in the U.S., which centers on the privately funded, extravagant renovations in the White House. Critics say they blur the line between personal branding and public office, while others argue they raise ethical concerns and politicize a national institution. Newsweek reported on the White House's national reaction to the outrage over East Wing demolition for Trump's ballroom. And the report describes the White House's sharply worded response, in which it dismissed criticism as manufactured outrage. The piece notes the administration also framed the project as a historic and necessary upgrade, aligning it with a long tradition of presidential renovations. It also highlights that critics view it as an unnecessary and politicized transformation of the executive residence. The ballroom's private funding has also stirred debate over influence and optics. And the piece concludes the project reflects Trump's broader aesthetic ambitions, with its planned opulent design and the 999-person capacity. Approval for the vertical construction remains pending amid a government shutdown, but the White House has pledged to move forward and keep the public informed. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies
in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
UN sanctions are back on and negotiations are still off. Is the current impasse between Iran and the West at a dangerous inflection point? Tehran says it will no longer cooperate with nuclear inspectors, and Israel has threatened renewed strikes. Will the reimposition of Iran sanctions backfire? That debate coming up here on Counterpoints.
Kwakwareli Simmons, also known as QS, is the world's leading provider of services, analytics and insight to the global higher education sector. They've just released their annual World University Rankings. Well, in the Arab region, 35 Saudi institutions feature in the QS ranking, with Saudi Arabia's King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in the top spot across the region. Well, to discuss this further, I'm joined now by Ashwin Fernandez, who is the Executive Director for the Middle East at QS. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ashwin. And just want to start by asking you, why is it that Saudi Arabia is so dominant on the regional landscape when it comes to higher education? Is it about investment, do you think?
Indeed, Tom. So it's a fascinating time for higher education in the Arab region as a whole. And we've seen Saudi Arabia, with the focus on the Saudi Vision 2030, has placed importance on research and innovation. And one of the pillars of rankings, and in this case QS rankings, is looking at academic reputation, also looking at research excellence in the higher education sector. And we can see that the focus, and we've just seen the Nobel Prize coming out and awarded to a Saudi scientist, and that just shows the focus which the kingdom is having to build those global powerhouses which are going to transform the nation into a knowledge economy, actually has started to reflect in the rankings. And the Arab region ranking, which we just launched yesterday, is a testament to that success of Saudi universities already creating a mark for themselves on a global stage.
So do you think it's fair to say that there is a direct correlation between investment and excellence when it comes to these academic institutions?
Indeed, Tom. One of the areas where institutions around the world do well, and we've seen them, is the investment they would put into infrastructure, into research, into innovation, into student learning outcomes. And the rankings are a byproduct of what happens at the institution. So definitely investment in these key areas would mean that they will start to reflect in the rankings in due course.
Now, I want to ask you about the top performing university in the region, which is Saudi Arabia's King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. It's ranked first for 3 years in a row. And I just want to ask you, what makes that institution, do you think, stand out amongst all the others?
Fascinating results for King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. And the top 10, there are 3 Saudi universities. King Fahd particularly does very well with employer engagement. And of course, they're based in the Haran region. They have good connect with employers. They do great work in the research area. And they've used, if you hear the president speak, we've heard him how AI has been integrated in every aspect of the institution. So employer reputation, key area, research impact, another key area which King Fahd University does really well.
Okay, and it looks like Saudi Arabia, according to your survey, has got the edge when it comes to so-called elite universities. And I'm just wondering, what defines an elite university? How do you classify one?
So there are 4 pillars which would define a good university. And of course, the first most important is the research impact, and this is really key for being a global university. The second is having the connectivity with the employers. What do employers feel about your institution? Do they value the graduates coming out? And the third is the teaching. Are you providing good quality teaching? You have the right pedagogy in place. And the fourth is internationalization. And Saudi Arabia has understood what it takes very early on and has put that in a strategic plan of the institutions. The Saudi vision further enhanced that and propelled that forward by putting a target for institutions to get at 5 Saudi institutions in the top 200 of the world. And today we have 3 in the QS World University ranking, 2 more to go. And now the government is seeing how they can have more institutions being represented in the World University rankings. The Saudi presence in the Arab region ranking has got 35 institutions, and we can see that they are, of course, not one of the highest represented countries, but they do really well in the 4 areas, the 4 quadrants which I'm talking about.
Okay, so just before we crossed you, we were talking about how Stanford University has named 14 researchers from Saudi Arabia as being, some of the world's top scientists there at Al Faisal University. I mean, I'm assuming that looking at your rankings and your report and everything you've told us, I mean, that surely comes as no surprise.
Indeed. There was a time where, Saudi Arabia, of course, even now attracts international faculty. But over the last many years, those international faculties have upskilled the faculty in Saudi Arabia. There has been a push in the last decade to send students abroad to go and study their postgraduate programs and come back into Saudi Arabia to give back to the nation. And they are the ones who are actually transforming the research landscape. So I'm not surprised that Saudi Arabia has a great representation, especially Al Faisal University, in the Stanford's 2% list.
And of course, Vision 2030, seeks to make the kingdom a global hub for innovation and education. I mean, by the sounds of what you're telling us, I mean, it's already there, isn't it?
So in QS ranking, we already have 3 in the top 200. And there is, of course, desire to have more because there's a direct impact of top universities with the knowledge economy and with economic prosperity. So if Saudi Arabia wants to be a knowledge hub in the region, move away from the dependency on oil, have the services sector, higher education will play a really vital role. So while we have 3, how do we get them in the top 100 is the next question, because we already have 1 institution, and KFUPM is already in the top 100 at rank 67. So we need to see how we can push that forward, how these institutions which we have, which are 3 in the top 200 and 35 in the Arab region from Saudi Arabia, can make their way up, not just for the ranking, but the contribution they would make to the society and to the economic prosperity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Ashwin, just before we crossed to you, we were talking about how Saudi Arabia has had this first Nobel Prize winner for chemistry, Professor Omar Yaghi, and we heard a clip from him as well. I'm just wondering whether you think we're going to be seeing more people like that winning Nobel Prizes from the kingdom.
Indeed. I have visited almost many of the top universities. I mean, right from the main cities of Jeddah, Riyadh, or Dammam, and also beyond that, and some great work happening there, which actually impacts the community. And a lot of researchers in the kingdom are working how they can resolve matters which are related and are close to the people. So we will still see the focus on research, on innovation, on inventions taking place even more. King Saud University is another great institution which is doing some groundbreaking work in research. And we have King Abdulaziz University as well. So all the 3 major cities which are there are doing some great work, but also cities like Abha, which we have King Khalid University doing some good work in the medical area. And we have up north, we have institutions, Qasim region and Qasim University are doing some work in agriculture and veterinary sciences. So I will not be surprised if we had more of such Nobel Prize winners in the future coming out of Saudi Arabia, with the focus what Mohammed bin Salman has and the vision he has to create for the economy and for the country in general.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Ashwin Fernandez, Executive Director for the Middle East at QS. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's programme, the US Vice President J.D. Vance visits Israel today to try and stabilise this first shaky phase of the Gaza ceasefire and pave the way for phase 2. We examine some of the challenges ahead and get a check of the humanitarian situation in Gaza as well. Plus, as France's former President Nicolas Sarkozy begins his prison term, he becomes the first former French head of state in modern times to do time in jail. Hello and welcome to the programme. US President Donald Trump's Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in Israel earlier on today in a bid to try and reinforce the fragile ceasefire. Well, his visit comes just the day after the deal was tested by a major flare-up of violence and after President Trump threatened to, quote, eradicate Hamas if they didn't abide by the truce. Well, both sides, Israel and Hamas, have accused each other of violating it.
We had a dark cloud over the Middle East, and now it's all, we have a little situation relatively with Hamas. You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that.
Well, as President Trump's team works to calm tensions, more Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. According to the health ministry there, at least 13 people have been killed in Israeli strikes across the Strip within the past 24 hours. Well, the question now is, can the US keep the October 10th ceasefire from falling apart? We'll have more analysis on that ahead. Well, Egypt's intelligence head Hassan Rashad has met with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem today. The pair have been discussing how to advance President Trump's peace plan for Gaza. That's according to the office of the Israeli Prime Minister. Well, the first phase of the US President's 20-point peace plan, which includes the ceasefire, is currently being implemented. When will they move forward with the second phase? Well, that depends on the ongoing negotiations. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ricardo Pires, a spokesperson for UNICEF, who joins us now from Geneva. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let me just start by asking a very basic question. What are you hearing with regards to the current situation on the ground, especially for children, because they are the main focus of UNICEF?
Thanks for having me, Tom. Look, the situation for children continues to be extremely dire. The few years of deprivation and war and despair, they don't go away with over a week of a ceasefire. Obviously, we are very hopeful. We see some improvements, including the number of aid getting in. But in order for the situation of children, for the thousands of children who are malnourished right now, who were exposed to famine not that long ago, which, by the way, continues to be ravaging in Gaza, despite the fact that more aid is getting in order to reverse that, it will take a lot more time. And we have to wait until the next expert analysis come in to make sure that famine is indeed something from the past. But right now, that fear of mothers and fathers every day in Gaza that, okay, there are no bombs being dropped from the skies anymore. The tanks stopped shelling and there's no fighting. There's a ceasefire, a fragile ceasefire that still holds. But that fear of tomorrow food stop getting in, or clean water not being available anymore, or medicines stop crossing the border again, and hospitals still continue to be closed. I mean, that fear is a daily routine for people in Gaza. And for children, the situation remains very serious, and the humanitarian catastrophe that unfolded over the last 2 years is still on the ground, and it will take a lot more effort, a lot more political will, a lot more crossings open so more aid can flood Gaza, and supplies can start reversing the terrible situation that children are and have been for the last over 700 days.
And what is it that makes children so particularly vulnerable in a conflict like the one that we saw in Gaza?
Tom, I think children in general are the ones who pay the highest price, and they're the first to suffer and the ones who suffer the most in any conflict situation. They are children. Therefore, they are not used to seeing scenes of violence and the carnage that has happened in Gaza over the last 2 years. But we see that in other places, unfortunately, on the planet right now, including Sudan, Haiti, and many other countries that are still reporting grave violations against children way too regularly. What makes them really vulnerable is the fact that they are still innocent. They don't understand in their minds, but also in their bodies, the impact of conflict, the reasoning for all this violence and chaos and suffering. And also physically, their bodies are vulnerable. Children need to be vaccinated regularly, otherwise they're exposed to transmittable diseases, and some of them are quite deadly. We've seen polio resurfacing in Gaza after 25 years. It's under control now, but if the situation of hygiene and sanitation continue to be poor, a virus like polio can come up again and impact children for a lifetime. So their bodies are fragile, their minds are fragile. They need security. They need to feel safe in order to develop and thrive in their lives. They need to go to school, which they haven't been able to in Gaza for 2 years. So children, they need space to develop with that sense of safety and support from family and communities. And all of that in Gaza has been brought to the ground.
Sure, thanks for explaining that to us. And I just want to ask you now about the situation with regards to aid, because you mentioned, and some of the other guests we've spoken to have said that, more aid is now getting into Gaza, but it's still nowhere near enough. And I'm just wondering, compared to what's needed, can you put a percentage figure on where we are now and what's actually getting through?
Look, I can speak for UNICEF and the amount of aid that we have managed to get in since the ceasefire was agreed over a week ago. We doubled the amount of aid that we were bringing previously. So we're bringing more winterization supplies with blankets and warm clothes for children because the temperatures are about to drop. We're bringing nutrition supplies and therapeutic feeding to treat children with acute and severe acute malnutrition. 55,000 children are currently suffering from acute malnutrition in Gaza. And if they're in that state and they're not treated and they don't get the medical care that they need, they will slide into severe acute malnutrition, which is the most deadly form and will kill them relatively rapidly and in a very painful way. We're also getting hygiene kits, baby food, diapers for children. We're getting millions of diapers in to make sure that the babies that are being born in Gaza, and by the way, 1,000 babies have died since the beginning of this war, which is a very grim figure that I keep reminding audiences just to understand the horrors that have been unleashed in Gaza since October 7th, 2023. But we're also getting medical supplies for children that are sick and previously were suffering without having a painkiller to alleviate that suffering. We're getting more, Tom, but in short, it's just not enough because the number and the volume of aid that needs to get into Gaza needs to be higher than it was before the war. And we're talking about 500 trucks of humanitarian and commercial goods getting into Gaza daily, previous to October 7, 2023. Now we're not reaching that average yet. We're aiming to have at least 800 trucks on a daily basis, hopefully more. But for that, we need more humanitarian crossings open. Right now, we only have 2. We have Kerem Shalom and Kisufim in Israel. And I was recently to Gaza, and I crossed the Kerem Shalom crossing to access the Strip. And you see that there's only so much that crossing can cope in terms of number of trucks passing every day. You need inspections. It's a lengthy process. It could be expedited, but as it stands, the screening takes time. So you won't get that average going until all 5 crossings across the Strip are open, and that's what we're calling for.
Right, because at the moment only 2 crossings are open, and the Rafah crossing is the one we hear a lot about. Obviously, that connects Gaza to Egypt. I'm just wondering how much of a difference it would make if the Rafah crossing were to be reopened.
It would make a big difference, especially in terms of population movement. So Palestinians wanting to exit to Egypt, either to get medical treatment or to see their families who've left after the war broke, and the other way around, Palestinians who were trying to get back and see what's left of their homes. Rafah was never designed to be a humanitarian corridor with trucks passing in regularly, day in, day out. It's a transit place for pedestrians or for people who are driving in and out of Gaza. But now it's critical that any opening is available to get humanitarian aid in. And it's possible to do it via Rafah. It has been done before historically. It's just that it will need to be adjusted and adapted. But again, with political will and the right resources in place, the UN is capable of scaling that up and using Rafah as well as a corridor for more humanitarian supplies to get in.
I just want to pick up on what you were saying a moment ago about how the temperatures are starting to go down in Gaza. What sort of a difference does the winter make to this humanitarian catastrophe on the ground? How does it change the dynamic?
It's a good question, Tom, but just imagine that nearly 2 million people have been displaced since the war started 2 years ago. These people are living in makeshift tents in the south of Gaza, in Al-Mawasi, which is an ocean of makeshift tents. And these tents, they are not resistant to weather and to the temperature change, be it in the heat or in the cold. Children will suffer inside those tents because they are not designed to adapt and adjust to temperature changes, as I mentioned. So with the temperatures dropping, and they drop quite considerably, becomes really cold in Gaza, and the hygiene and sanitation situation standing as it is, with not enough supplies to keep them warm. Children are exposed to respiratory diseases. For example, they will suffer from hypothermia, which are all conditions that can end up taking their lives if they don't have the medical support that they need. And right now, the majority of the health centers or hospitals in Gaza have been partially or completely destroyed. So that health system support is not there either. So let alone the fact that they're living in tents and they can't keep themselves warm. If they get sick, it's going to be hard for them to have the support that they need from a medical staff or from health workers, because they're just not enough standing infrastructure to cope with the possible demand. So that's a very big concern for us, and that's why we're trying to get as many blankets and warm clothes for children as we can, so at least within the tents they can stay warm and avoid getting sick and not having enough medical support to help them.
And presumably, if they've undergone and experienced serious malnutrition during the previous few months, I'm just wondering if that makes them even more vulnerable during the cold winter months ahead.
Absolutely. That's a very good point, Tom. Thanks for bringing it. Children with malnutrition, they are extremely vulnerable. Their immune systems is as low as you can imagine. They're not being able to keep their bodies alive and functioning because they need the nutrients, the vitamins that they're not getting, because there was a blockade of over 3 months where no aid was getting in. And that, again, you won't reverse that in 1 week or 10 days. It's a long path ahead. And we need more commitment to make sure that the amount of aid that is flooding Gaza now is doubled, tripled in the next months, to make sure that these children come out of the state of malnutrition. Because indeed, as you said, everything will be harder for them to cope because their bodies are so weak and fighting to stay alive that any virus, any disease that a healthy child would be able to cope, even without medical support, for a child who's malnourished in Gaza, that could be deadly.
And Ricardo, I wanted to ask you something. It's not exactly in your area of expertise, but obviously one of the features, one of the key points of the ceasefire deal was that the bodies of deceased hostages would be handed back to Israel. That obviously hasn't happened as quickly as people had hoped. I'm just wondering what your staff on the ground are telling you about the sort of the obvious challenges of locating those bodies in amongst what must be an enormous amount of rubble and confusion. Have you heard anything about that?
Not specifically about the bodies, Tom, but speaking to colleagues here in Geneva and in the region, we hear exactly that the challenges just to be able to move and organize logistics to deliver supplies for desperate people, but also to recover the bodies of the deceased, be them hostages or just, civilians who got bombarded and are still stuck under the rubble. And we estimate that there are many thousands, including children. When I was in Gaza, I was absolutely shocked with the level of destruction that you see. I've been to other humanitarian crises before in my career with UNICEF, but what I saw in Gaza was indeed as if an atomic bomb was dropped on the place and very little was left but rubble and dust and lack of access to places that before you would have very open streets and avenues to move trucks and buses and cars. I can't imagine the challenge to try and find bodies of people under so much destruction after 2 years of not being able to work on any of that. So again, we heard from a UN colleague last week here in Geneva that the amount of rubble in Gaza now amounts to 55 million tons, which would be enough to fill the entire Central Park with rubble and start building a little wall around it. So you can imagine the volume of destroyed building and infrastructure that needs to be removed. And in that process, indeed, bodies will be found. In terms of the hostages, I have no idea where they were, and UNICEF is not really involved with that. But I know the International Committee of the Red Cross is very capable in doing this kind of task, and that's where their mandate is, and surely they will find a way of isolating the areas where the potential hostages or the bodies of the hostages are still buried, and they will be recovered and delivered to their families as they should.
And just lastly, I thought I'd just take the opportunity to ask you, what you're hearing with regards to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an organization that no one had ever heard of or didn't exist until perhaps the summer of this year. And there was quite a lot of controversies surrounding that organization. Is your understanding from talking to your operatives on the ground that they are still functioning, or have they gone? What do we know about them?
Tom, the update that I had from colleagues is that the whole humanitarian system post-ceasefire will be very different than it was before. So the role of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as you said, it's an organization that was created to respond to this crisis in Gaza, and the UN was in discussions with them in order to find ways to collaborate. But we very quickly understood that this is not an organization that abides to very basic humanitarian principles of impartiality, neutrality, independence, and humanity, which are, for us, UNICEF and the UN, non-negotiable. We can't ask civilians who've been exposed to 2 years of war to come and collect aid in a militarized zone where people are getting killed, including children. That's not humanitarian aid, and we can't be part of that. We do the opposite. We bring aid to where the need is, to where the communities are in desperate need. We don't ask the elderly or children or injured people to risk their lives to get a sack of flour. So indeed, that model, that mechanism was not ideal and needed to be changed or finished. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but what I do know is that the UN, UNICEF, and our partners on the ground are back in the game, and we're being able to do our job and double the amount of aid that we had pre-ceasefire in the case of UNICEF. And we hope that in the next couple of weeks we will triple that, quadruple that, and make sure that the entire strip is flooded with aid so children can stop suffering and get the help they need.
Okay, well, we wish you and your colleagues at UNICEF all the very best with that. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ricardo Perez, spokesperson for UNICEF. Thank you again. Well, we can speak now to Ambassador Ezzat Saad, who is an Egyptian diplomat who served as Egypt's ambassador to Russia. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. I'd just like to start by asking you, I mean, obviously the deal that is now in force was brokered in the Egyptian town of Sharm el-Sheikh. And I'd just like to ask you to explain, for the benefit of our viewers, really, how important you think Egypt's role has been in securing this ceasefire and ensuring that it lasts.
Well, I would say that the deal that has been signed in Sharm el-Sheikh on the 9th of October was the outcome of a collective efforts. Of course, Egypt being an immediate neighbor to Palestine, to Gaza, and so on. And from the historical point of view, and also taking into account our, bonds with the Palestinian people, we are playing an important role, but I must say that what has been achieved, the plan you are referring to, is really the outcome of a collective efforts from other Arab and also non-Arab partners. I am referring here to the United States, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, of course, the Europeans, Turkey. And that's why I think everybody is keen to find a way out for the implementation of this plan.
Ambassador, clearly there have been some violations, notably during the course of the weekend. We saw violence once again in Gaza. But broadly speaking, do you think the ceasefire is holding?
Well, I am afraid it is not. All the parties concerned are doing their best to, to keep it working and so on. But the fact on the ground is that it is not working. And the reasons behind that, I think it is all known to us. If you really want to implement this plan, you need to have parties that are acting in a good faith. Acting in a good faith is absolutely a necessity for this plan to be implemented. And we all know that it was drafted in such a way that gives every party some kind of maneuver to interpret it the way he likes. That's why we hope that the efforts that are being exerted since yesterday will, come to some good results.
I just want to ask you, the head of Egypt's intelligence service, Hassan Rashad, has been meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today in Jerusalem. And I was just wondering, what's your understanding of the purpose of this dialogue?
Well, I don't know. I have no information about this meeting. But what I can say in connection to that, Egypt is ready to do its utmost to bring this catastrophe to an end. And we all know the whole international community would like to see this horrible war stopping. And I mean, you may consider this visit as one of the démarches of the Egyptian government to try to implement this plan.
Now, I want to ask you about a paper that you published last year. It's entitled Egypt's Vision for Settling Israeli Occupation of Palestine. And one of the things you said in that document, you said that Israeli massacres against unarmed civilians could restore the Palestinian issue to the regional and international agenda. Now, looking back at what's happened in the last few weeks and months, horrific scenes out of Gaza, a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian people, and a number of countries have now decided that they will recognize a Palestinian state. So do you think that paper that you published 18 or 20 months ago has now actually, that prediction has come true, namely that the outrage has indeed brought this issue onto the international agenda?
Absolutely. Of course, we understand, we realize that the sacrifices were huge and unbearable. But if you look at this issue before the 7th of October and after the 7th of October, you will come to a conclusion that what happened was a must to bring the Palestinian issue in the heart of the international agenda. As you just said, today we have 160 countries recognizing the state of Palestine. Today you see that the Saudi Arabia, together with France, with the support of most of the international community, are defending a viable Palestinian state, implementing the rules and the principles that were embedded in the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of the 19th of July 2024. We have seen also that the United States of America became the only country that vetoed the membership of Palestine to the UN organization. I mean, a lot. We have seen, for example, the Prime Minister of Israel being accused of war crimes and the crimes against humanity. And alliance like for example, Canada, Australia, and others just said that if Netanyahu will enter their territory, or he will be arrested according to the ICC General Prosecutor order. So all these developments wouldn't have happened without the crimes that were committed and the way Israel dealt with the attack of Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. So I would say that, okay, the sacrifices and the impact was great and unbearable. We see that on the TV every morning, every day. But again, the issue wouldn't have acquired such strong support in the international scene without what happened in the over the past 2 years. And of course, there are some, added reasons for that. I mean, the international public opinion realized that how hypocritical and also double standard the Western foreign policy in connection with the war in Ukraine. You see that the European countries and also the West in general is adopting a certain policy vis-a-vis Russian Federation and doing quite the opposite when it comes to the Palestinians.
Okay. Fair enough.
And the public opinion in those countries in the West in general realized that it is a hypocrisy continuing that way, ignoring the suffering of the Palestinian people for their legitimate rights, and at the same time running after Russia, bringing the Russian leadership to the ICC and so on. So all these factors together played some role, beside, of course, the Palestinian people, in particular in Gaza, were brave and strong enough to afford defending their cause over the past 2 years in the absence of any serious international community intervention.
Okay, and in that same paper we were talking about, the one that you wrote in March 2024, you also talk about Egypt's role in, quote, thwarting the forced displacement projects for Palestinian people. What were you referring to in that particular point in the paper?
Well, I'm referring to the proposal of President Trump in January. As soon as he entered the White House, he suggested that Egypt and also Jordan may or can, receive the Palestinians living in Gaza. And from time to time, he kept repeating this proposal. We understood from the very beginning that the Palestinians in Gaza and also in the West Bank, in fact, they were not fighting for their liberation or for their own state. They were fighting the displacement, because the whole reason behind what we have seen in Gaza and the West Bank, it was the displacement. Very simple. It is not a matter of, greater Israel or something like that. The Israelis wanted from the very beginning to kick those people out of their land.
Right, and I just want to ask you as well about the Rafah border crossing, which connects Gaza to Egypt. That border crossing isn't opened yet. I wanted to ask for your understanding as to why the Rafah crossing remains closed.
I think this is a reaction from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Of course, we are talking about a very controversial politician who is putting his own political ambition over any other matter of interest for his own country. And we already knew from the very beginning that Trump's plan was drafted in such ambiguous form that will give every party a way out not to implement his obligations. So I consider it, within this kind of tension between or from the side of the Israeli government, and it is quite understandable if we take into account that from the very beginning, as you just said, Egypt was firm when it came to the issue of displacement of the Palestinians out of their land. We also were firm in many other issues. And I think we have enough experience with the Israelis that would, I think, give Netanyahu some kind of imagination that closing Rafah crossing and showing that he can really hold things up and everything depends on him. I think all these behaviors are short-sighted, and I hope that the whole efforts that are being made in Israel by the Vice President and also the Special Envoy and Mr. Kushner, as well as what the Saudis are doing together with the Europeans. Egypt here in Cairo will, will in a way or another bring back this plan that I think it lasted for maybe 2 or 3 days before it was break up by the Israelis.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador, I mean, Cairo obviously supports a two-state solution. That's Egypt's position. And I want to ask you whether, when you look at where we are diplomatically and what's contained in the 20-point plan and the progress that's been made so far, does it feel to you like we are on a pathway now towards that ambition being realized?
I think it can be realized with, first of all, a strong European position. This is very important because I have noticed already that because of the plan of 9th of October, some European countries and unfortunately countries that have special relations with Israel, like Germany, they think that since Israel accepted the ceasefire, now there is no reason, for example, to impose some partial sanctions on Israel. So it is important that we keep the momentum, whether the Europeans or we as the Arabs as well, and in particular the United States of America, Trump's administration, because we all know, unfortunately, that the only power or force that can, force Israel, the Israeli government, to do something for the interest of the Israeli people is the American administration.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Azad Saad. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
UN sanctions are back on and negotiations are still off. Is the current impasse between Iran and the West at a dangerous inflection point? Tehran says it will no longer cooperate with nuclear inspectors, and Israel has threatened renewed strikes. Will the reimposition of Iran sanctions backfire? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It's been 3.5 months since the bombing campaign between Iran and Israel ended, but the crux of that conflict was never resolved. Iran's nuclear program remains a contentious issue, except now, unlike before, there are limited diplomatic channels open, and Iran says it has no plans for renewed negotiations.
خب الان این They have now resorted to the snapback mechanism, and look at the outcomes. Nothing has changed, and the issues remain unresolved. In fact, it has made diplomacy even more challenging and complicated.
That snapback mechanism the foreign minister is referring to are UN sanctions. After being lifted a decade ago as part of the 2015 nuclear deal, they're back because Britain, France and Germany accuse Iran of breaching its nuclear commitments. Iran says the return of sanctions invalidates the deal, meaning it won't comply with another facet of the agreement, cooperation with nuclear inspectors. That has angered Israel, which has threatened renewed strikes, and the US has raised eyebrows by moving some of its military assets around the region. So, on this show, we'll ask, has the reimposition of sanctions on Iran backfired? Without diplomacy, is another conflict inevitable? And at a time of heightened regional tension, is a spillover a real danger? Stay with us. Joining the discussion on the prospect of renewed diplomacy or further fighting between Iran and Israel is Elliot Abrams, the former US Special Envoy for Iran, who currently serves as Senior Fellow for Middle Eastern Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Jonathan Shaw is back with us, a former head of the UK military's Special Forces and a former British military attaché in Israel. And rounding out our panel is Kurt Mills, the Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, thank you all so much for being with us here on Counterpoints. Now, when UN economic and military sanctions against Iran were lifted in 2015, it was considered a landmark victory for international diplomacy. 10 years on, that is a distant memory. Britain, France and Germany have accused Iran of violating the agreement, triggering these snapback sanctions. They came back into force at the end of September, prompting Iran to dig his heels in and withdraw cooperation with UN nuclear watchdogs. Mr. Abrams, Elliot, let's start with you. Has the reimposition of sanctions backfired? Instead of pressuring Iran, has it made it more steadfast and effectively put an end to the prospect of diplomatic agreements?
I don't think so. I think Iran has been engaging in so many violations that the sanctions were warranted. The IAEA reporting over the course of 2025 has listed all of the violations. I think negotiations are still possible. I don't know if the regime in Tehran really wants them, because in a negotiation, they would need to give up a good deal. So I doubt that you'll see much in the way of serious negotiations, at least in what remains of this year.
Kurt, what do you think? Does Iran not want negotiations? And do you think there's still a possibility?
To the extent that we understand it, I think Iran is a two-track society. You saw the statement by the Supreme Leader while Iran's more moderate faction was in the UN in New York last month, who basically tried to seemingly thwart any sort of unplanned run-in with U.S. officials that might have happened at the UN. And of course, hardliners in Trump's administration also worked to prevent that. So I think it is not super clear what the Iranians want. I think the leadership, Pezeshkian and Araghchi, do want to do a deal. But since the needless aggression that started in June of this year, it's not clear how committed the Trump administration is to reopening it. I think factions on both sides are interested in this, but they're fighting each other. So it's a civil war in each country.
I'm going to bring you in, Jonathan, in just a moment. But Elliot, I saw you have a little chuckle there. What do you take issue with of what Kurt has said?
Well, the fact that there are differing views does not suggest a civil war. It just suggests that people may disagree as to what is the best policy. I don't really go for the, moderates in the Kremlin, old idea. Now it's moderates in Tehran. And I certainly don't agree about the phrase needless aggression. It's very clear from the IAEA reporting that the Iranian regime was getting closer and closer and closer to building a nuclear weapon. No country has ever enriched uranium to 60%, which they did without building a nuclear weapon. So preventing them from doing that, I think, was wise policy.
Jonathan, given your military background, what do you think? Was it needless aggression? Was it justified? And do you think that the reimposition of these sanctions has been a bit of a diplomatic miscalculation?
Well, I think the original diplomatic miscalculation was Trump's withdrawal from the original deal, which actually, I think, I was in Herzliya Security Conference in Israel on the day that he was going to announce that, and I remember Victoria Nuland, myself, and the head of Mossad were asked whether we thought it was a good idea to pull out of that agreement, and we all agreed it was a stupid idea to pull out. You'd gain nothing from it. And so indeed it has been proved, and many commentators are now saying that if Trump could get back to the agreement that he then pulled out of 10 years ago, he'd be very happy. So I think the whole thing's been mishandled right since that time. For now, I think that the attack of Israel on Iran was pretty opportunistic. I think they were on a bit of a roll. I think they were just rolling back enemies left, right, and center. So I think it was more opportunistic than strategic. In fact, I'm decidedly questioning whether Israel has got a strategic plan apart from just destroying all its enemies and pursuing a greater Israel. It doesn't really pursue political tracks, it pursues military tracks, and that's why it's quite hard to have a discussion about political ends when actually all they're using are military means. So I find them quite difficult to read.
Kurt, I'm going to come to you and get you to pick up on that. But Elliot, what's your take on what Jonathan's saying, particularly with regards to those comments about Israel's aggression?
Yeah. Israel and Iran had been going at each other indirectly for a very long time. Covert actions, for example, attacks on Israeli embassies, for example. But the Iranians changed the script by a direct attack on Israel, something that hadn't happened before. They're the ones who changed the rules and said, no more of this covert stuff. Now we attack each other directly. So I think that is the prerequisite for the Israeli strike on Iran. It wasn't they who changed the rules. It was Iran who did.
Kurt, pick up on that. What do you think about what Elliot's saying? And also, with these retaliatory sanctions in place, Iran has withdrawn its cooperation with nuclear inspectors. So what's stopping it now from doing whatever it wishes?
Well, I mean, not the most. So that calls into question the entire line of thinking that we've taken the last 5 to 10 years in the United States in both administrations, Biden and Trump. But I just have to say, I disagree with the entire cast of mind. And this is no surprise, I assume, to him, of Mr. Abrams. He paints a picture of Iran as this menacing, all-powerful entity in the Middle East, and Israel as a besieged, an isolated country. The reality is that Iran is quite weak, and that it is a desperate state that obviously has a few cards. And if we are really concerned about nuclear proliferation, there was a deal forget the JCPOA, there was a deal on the table in April, which is better than JCPOA. The enrichment levels were nowhere near 60. They were below 4, and the administration could have taken it. And frankly, activists within the United States play on the president's, I'd say, phobia of details about this. There is a clear conflation by the White House of zero enrichment with no nuclear weapon. 3.5% enrichment is not nuclear grade. It's not nuclear weapons grade. And that was a deal that was on offer. There were better offers than happened under the Obama deal, above ground inspections. The Iranians want to make a deal. Yeah. Are they autocrats? Do they have their own reasons for doing certain things? Sure. But the reality is a pragmatic wing exists within Tehran, and they were willing to ink a deal with Trump. And Trump, to his credit, got way closer to this than Biden ever did. after, of course, Trump left the first deal, and he allowed neoconservative elements in the United States and in Israel to sabotage it.
Elliot, do you want to comment on that in particular?
There's a pattern among American, what I call isolationists, even when Donald Trump is president, to say that he and everybody around him is just putty in the hands of the so-called neoconservatives, of whom there are probably 5 alive in the United States at any given time. I think Trump has shown that he's not putty. I disagree with some things he's done and agree with others, but I think it's hard to make the case that he just gets pushed around by everybody around him. There's been actually a great campaign to keep neoconservatives out of this administration, and it's been a reasonably successful one. So I don't see that. And as to Iran being weak, I agree with that today. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find people who were saying that prior to the Israeli attack that eliminated Iran's air defenses. Prior to that, if you go back, particularly go back 2 years, before October 7th, 2023, everybody believed that Israel would never attack Iran because of the existence of Hezbollah and the threat that it posed. Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders had been threatening Iran for 25 years? American president, one after the other, had been threatening Iran for about 25, 30 years. But I think the Iranians had become persuaded, as many Americans were, as many analysts were, that this was never going to happen, partly because of Hezbollah. The elimination of Hezbollah, the direct Iranian attack, changed the game a lot.
Jonathan, what do you make of that?
Yes, well, all these disputes end up looking for the original sin, and everyone disagrees who the original sin was and therefore who to blame. Just an observation: after the France and America and Britain overthrew Gaddafi with American help, I remember visiting some generals in Egypt. And they said to me, looking back over the last few years, what's the conclusion we draw? First of all, if you don't want to get invaded, get a nuclear weapon. Second, once you start getting a nuclear weapon, never stop, because the West never gives you any credit for stopping. And I thought, that's the voice of the region. And I think that's probably right. And I think our policy in the Middle East of the last 20 years has been pretty disastrous, and we're reaping the consequences now. So frankly, I think there's absolutely no point in looking for original sin, because we're all guilty of incompetence, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, you've got to look at things how they stand. I think Israel's greatest danger at the moment is rather reflecting something that my IDF chums used to say when I used to deal with them. By the way, I was never the MA in Israel. I was the senior point of liaison from the British military to Israel for something like 3 or 4 years. But it meant I used to bounce around the Middle East. And when I was talking to the Egyptians, that sort of comment came out. So I think what my IDF friends used to say was that, I'd say to them, what's the biggest threat to Israel? And they'd say, ourselves. And I would say that is manifesting itself now in Israel, that the extremists in Israel are holding the rest of Israel hostage. And I think the Ben Gvir Smotrich right-wing religious nationalists are doing Israel untold damage. And just to show an example of an article in the Financial Times, normally quite supportive of Israel, called Israel Alone. And I think what we're seeing here is the threat of Israel being very isolated on the world stage, particularly after its attacks on Qatar, which then led to 50 representatives of 50 Muslim countries gathering to discuss what they were going to do about Israel, who are now, I think, widely seen in the Middle East as the greatest threat to their security. This is a major strategic blow by Netanyahu, I would say.
Kurt, I could see you sort of nodding along.
Yeah, I mean, isolationism is, of course, a slur. And look, I'll call anybody what they want to be called. So if Abrams doesn't want to be called a neocon, then by all means. But clearly, there's disagreement within the United States about how to approach this. Clearly, there's disagreements within the right and within the Republican Party how to approach this. The level of opposition to not only the strikes in Iran in June, but also to the ongoing military and diplomatic support to the atrocities in Gaza is picking up in the Republican Party, both in the media and in senior politicians. People like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson are not nobodies in the MAGA movement. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene are not nobodies in the Congress. This stuff is relevant. And I do agree that, there is isolationism, but the only isolationism is being driven out of Jerusalem, and to the degree to which Washington is a co-signer on that. That is what is isolating the United States, not a desire to resolve conflicts diplomatically and without war.
Mm-hmm. Your response, Elliot?
Well, a couple of things. One, I don't think it's crazy for Iran to seek a nuclear weapon. That is, if you try, in a sense, a value-free way to look at their situation in the world, I don't think it was crazy for Pakistan to seek a nuclear weapon, for example, since they have and will always have conventional inferiority to India. I don't think it's crazy for Iran to seek one. But that doesn't mean that the United States should permit it to happen. And I think it's now 5 presidents in a row who've said, we're not going to let it happen. And majorities in Congress have repeatedly said, we're not going to let it happen. And I guess I disagree with Kurt on the opinion polls. That is, the polls I've seen in the last, this year, but even in the last month or two, suggest that Trump voters remain quite supportive of the president and his foreign policy, and supported the strike on Iran. The president, you may remember, was dismissive of Tucker Carlson's criticism, and it seems not to, I would say the polls suggest, it seems not to have dented Trump's support among Trump voters. That may, you may like that or not like that, but I don't think the polls suggest that someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene has any real impact in Congress. It's a strange thing, actually, because Carlson has become, quite famous, but he doesn't seem to be denting Republican support for the president.
Go ahead. I think there's deference to any commander-in-chief. So I think that Trump could do just about anything. There's a fear of the other side. People are glad that Kamala Harris isn't the president, including a lot of Democrats. And so when the president takes a course of action and Americans aren't immediately sent home in body bags, I think there's a deference. But I think these fissures on the right are relevant. And if things were to go topsy-turvy, if the macro conditions in the United States were to change, if the United States were to enter the recession and the U.S. was suddenly in a war in Iran, underwriting a war in Israel, and in a war in Venezuela, then a redux of the George W. Bush second term is very on offer. If we were having this conversation in October of 2005, the idea that the Bush administration would end in tears would have seemed extreme, but it only took 36 months for that to happen.
Look, let's move on to our next segment because, there are such, as you've all sort of expressed, such diverse takes on what Iran has, what they should be allowed to have, what the US will accept, what Israel will accept. Many regional experts suggest that Israel's strikes on Iran may have only been the opening move in an ongoing conflict. Hardliners in both countries, as some of our panellists have expressed, are adverse to further negotiations. They want more conflict, but both hold diametrically opposing views on what an acceptable deal would look like. Jonathan, given the lack of talks on the horizon, Iran says it's no longer interested. Diplomacy's not off the table, but they don't have anything scheduled. Is another conflict inevitable now? Without diplomacy, is conflict next?
Well, I hope not. But as I said before, we've got to be clear what our approach to this is. The way we in Britain have traditionally viewed counterinsurgency or these sort of operations is that there has to be a political objective in mind and that the military action must support that line. and that military action on its own achieves nothing but death and destruction and generally makes things worse. So you've got to say, what is the political point of military action? And, you know, hence the criticism in Britain about the Israeli invasion of Gaza, in that it doesn't seem linked to any political end state. You know, and you can see that Israel is massively divided on that. So if you're talking about conflict over Iran, you've got to say, what is the political end state that all sides are pursuing? And I think Iran's just pursuing survival at the moment. And Israel, well, I'm not sure what it's pursuing. If it's pursuing regime change, then it shows that Israel has learned absolutely nothing from the regime changes that the United States, with its Western allies, has been embarked on for the last 20 years. Yeah, this idea that you change the regime and therefore end up with a bright, shiny new government that works to your interests is just disproved by history time and time again. So I'm at a bit of a loss what people think the idea of regime change, which was mentioned by Elliot earlier. I can't see the point. I think it would be self-defeating and I would not support it in any way.
Mr. Abrams, Elliot, is regime change the end goal here?
Well, regime change is certainly something we should all want. Here I would, I think, disagree with Jonathan in the sense that there's a lot of evidence that the people of Iran would like to get rid of this regime. They never voted for an Islamic republic. I think it's pretty clear they don't want an Islamic republic. They want a democracy. And there is no particular reason to think that's impossible in Iran, not with the level of economic development, the level of literacy. That's what they wanted when they overthrew the Shah. And I think most Iranians still want that.
I think so.
That doesn't mean it should be our policy. But it certainly, I mean, I would like to see a democratic regime in Russia, too. That doesn't mean our policy should be regime change. But I think when it comes to the military side of this, I think the United States and Israel have a common goal here, which is that this regime cannot be allowed to get nuclear weapons. I would not be terrified if the Japanese decided to develop a nuclear weapon or the Canadians decided to do so. Iran is a rather different matter because of the nature of the regime. I think it's just simply too dangerous to allow those leaders in that Islamic Republic, which continues now, 45 years after the revolution, to say death to America, death to Israel every day. It's just too dangerous to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Kurt, do you think President Trump would risk his chance at a Nobel Peace Prize to have governmental change in Iran, if that is indeed an end goal on the table?
He already has. I mean, perhaps he's getting poor advice and has a poor understanding of what's likely to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. But having been nominated by an ICC indicted war criminal is not exactly the quickest way to impress the Nobel Committee. Having the, some random minister in Pakistan endorse him for the Nobel Peace Prize is not exactly the way to impress the Nobel Committee. That is the sort of rogues gallery he has assembled since June, unfortunately. The way to do it, because I think the Russia-Ukraine controversy is going to be very controversial in Europe if the war winds up, is to shock the world and resolve the Middle East problem. The Iran problem, which of course is somewhat separate from the Gaza problem, but the Israelis don't see it that way, right? The Israelis see Iran as the head of the snake that supports Hezbollah and obviously Hamas. And so I think that's the only way that he gets it, which is avoiding an all-out war in Iran and reining Netanyahu in. We can talk about how popular the Islamic Republic really is. The fact is that it has survived for 46 years. The fact is that the U.S. shouldn't be involved in picking winners and losers in societies that we don't understand. I don't think that's worked out very well. And this is what I'm sort of talking about, and I don't mean to create a pall of conspiracy about this, but there's a lot of loose talk, right? I mean, this happened in the mid-June crisis where Trump tweeted out MIGA, make Iran great again, and why not regime change? That was clearly an element of what was going on, and all the reporting. And I will compliment the Israelis for this; they have a great media. All the reporting was that the Netanyahu administration was obviously flirtatious, at minimum, with this kind of talk, and so that is the real pretext. That is the real justification of what we're doing here. And I just don't think it will serve the Iranian people to have a military overthrow of their regime. If they want to change their regime, they can do it themselves organically. And number two, what does this have to do with the United States?
Jonathan?
Well, 5 presidents in a row have answered your question and have said, we are not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon because it is too dangerous for the United States. So they disagree with you, presidents of both parties.
All right, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, the American voter has thought the country's going in the wrong direction for decades now. So, and Trump himself is not exactly a normal guy who gets elected president. I think we definitely need a paradigm shift in this country.
Whatever that means.
So, listening to American commentators on America's attitude to Israel, which is, by the way, according to all the figures I see, shifting, and there's less and less support for Israel, certainly its action in Gaza. People are answering your question, Elliot, about the 5 successive presidents. The impression comes across that that's because AIPAC tells them to do that, and that no president would survive who opposed the AIPAC vote. So I'm not putting too much credibility on that. I'm going to ask you an interesting question that, it seems to me pertinent. Why shouldn't Iran have a nuclear bomb? Is the Iran regime necessarily more bonkers than, say, Pakistan or India or any other country that illegally has, nuclear weapons? What is so fundamentally, I've had this discussion with IDF people at length, and they accept the military logic that if Iran was to launch a nuclear missile against Israel, it would be suicide for Iran. So the assumption you'd seem to be making is that Iran is necessarily suicidal and would sacrifice itself in order to wipe out Israel. And I just think that's straight wrong. I mean, I see no evidence for that.
Elliot?
Yes. Iran is a different and much more theologically based regime than the military dictatorships that come and go in Pakistan. And if you would be willing to risk the survival of your country on that, that's fine. They don't say death to Britain every day. They were quite hostile to Britain, actually. And it was only 5 years ago that they last invaded the British embassy. They keep doing it every 5 or 10 years. But they're more hostile to the United States and to Israel. And I believe it was Rafsanjani who once said that Israel was a one-bomb country. So that's a risk that I think Israelis are not willing to take. And I guess I'd go with our last 5 presidents rather than with Kurt on the definition of what is the American interest here. It's not in the American interest, for example, that North Korea have a nuclear weapon. And we tried to stop it. We tried to stop it through diplomacy, and we failed. I think it would be a much more dangerous world if the non-proliferation efforts that have been made since World War II, which have not really failed. I mean, there aren't that many countries that have nuclear weapons. And it's, atomic weaponry is about 100-year-old technology now. Well, 80-year-old technology, let's say. It's remarkable that so few countries have managed to get atomic weaponry. And it's not going to be a safer world if more get it. I do believe the Saudis, the Egyptians and others, the Turks, when they say on and off the record, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we are getting a nuclear weapon. Mohammed bin Salman said that in so many words. That's not going to make the world safer, I think, particularly, again, when you're dealing with a theocracy here in Iran that continues to say death to America, death to Israel. Now, maybe you don't take that seriously. I take it a little more seriously.
Kurt, do you want to weigh in on any of that?
Sure. I mean, I think, though, it's a false choice. I mean, so while I kind of agree that the Iranians getting a nuclear weapon might not change the world, we also don't have to take that gamble, right? there was a deal on offer in the spring, right? And so if we're really just committed to nuclear nonproliferation here, a U.S. administration should drive a hard bargain and then sign a deal. And that's what Obama did. And Trump thought he could do better, and that's what he cited for tearing it up in the spring of 2018. And then he didn't sign a new deal. Then he got reelected president in 24, and he tried to sign a new deal. Clearly, when he announced those negotiations, he was seated next to Benjamin Netanyahu, who was unhappy with that. So what are we really talking about here? We're talking about that the Israelis have an inordinate amount of influence in our politics that I think are unacceptable. And the Israelis don't want a deal, or the Netanyahu administration doesn't want a deal, but he's been in power on and off for 25 years, so it's really hard to distinguish.
Let's talk military movements, Jonathan. Iran says the movements of US military assets to the region is provocative. Do you think it is? Do you think the US and Israel, by the look of the chess pieces setting up on the board there, are preparing for more strikes?
I would be surprised and disappointed if Trump was interested in any more war in the Middle East. He's just declared peace there. It's frequently publicized as one of his great achievements. His every 2 weeks another peace agreement. That's one of them. So if war broke out again, it would be rather a slap in the face to his track record of creating peace. So I personally don't think these are a prelude to war. Of course, I could be wrong, but I don't think they are. No.
Elliot, what do you think? Does Iran have a point that this movement of US military assets appears to be provocative?
I think that the president does not want war anywhere. He does not want to send American troops anywhere. It's striking that when he has used force, the killing of Soleimani, the bombing of Iran, these are things that, in a sense, he announces when they're over. That's the kind of use of military force that he favors. I think it's very unlikely that you will see him send American troops into combat actually anywhere. And I would say I really take exception to the argument that Trump and the whole U.S. government is kind of putty in the hands of the Israelis. That is a very old anti-Semitic canard, and I hate seeing it on your screen.
Kurt, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I didn't say anything about Jews, and there are plenty of people who favor this dynamic with the Israelis who are Gentiles. I disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu as much as I disagree with Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham, and I think this is the baseless kind of accusations of prejudice that have been American people have rejected it from Democrats, and people should reject it from Republicans. It's pretty gross.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty gross to see an American saying that your government is not in the hands of your elected officials or your elected president. They're all really in the hands of the Israelis. I think that is.
I think it's nuanced. I think it has a very sophisticated lobby that has clear initiatives on foreign policy. I think Trump, veil of ignorance, wouldn't care about the Middle East, but is pliable to aggressive persuasion and perhaps opportunities for business interests for his family in the future. I think we've seen that throughout the Middle East region, frankly, and I think that is a confounding and infecting variable in all of this. I think that I am optimistic and hopeful that the better angels of him will win out, that he doesn't want a deal. I think you're right that he has a hesitation to put troops on the ground anywhere, but man, we can get a lot of trouble without putting troops on the ground, and then we've talked about this before, and then troops come in on the ground.
Let's look at the regional implications of this outside, or the broader implications really, outside of just Iran and Israel. In an interview on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, the Iranian president warned that the path the US has embarked upon will set fire to the entire region. Iran has previously said it would target assets across the region this time, a more broader conflict. And there is also the question of whether Iran's allies, such as Russia or China, could step in if the US became more emboldened and more openly involved. Elliot, considering how tense the region is is there a real risk of a broader conflict here? I mean, it doesn't take much for there to be a miscalculation on either side. How close are we to a spillover?
I don't think we are at all. I think it was very striking that in the exchanges between Israel and Iran, and then in the American bombing of Iran, the Chinese and the Russians did literally nothing. I mean, it taught quite a hard lesson for Iran. They don't have an alliance with the Russians and the Chinese, and those countries are not going to come to their aid. In the air war, missiles, bombers between Israel and Iran, there are no troops on the ground involved there either. So I don't see how this spreads, and I say it is not going to spread.
Jonathan, I saw you give a thumbs up there. Oh, sorry, Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that's just a monster assumption. The war was 12 days, so the naming itself was emphasizing that it wasn't that long. I think it was coined by the White House, basically. But the war actually drew out. It would be pretty cost-free for the Chinese or the Russians, and this is true in Iran as it is in Venezuela, where these countries have ties. Yeah, they're cold allies. Bashar Assad learned that the hard way. But Iran is not Syria, and Venezuela is not Syria. These are more important countries, frankly, and it can be very cost-free to bog the Americans down, especially because we know Russia has designs on more of Ukraine, and especially because we know the Chinese have some designs on Taiwan, and they distract the U.S. imperial machine into these superfluous theaters. They're not going to get a better opportunity if the U.S. gets into these wars.
Yeah, if I can just comment, I mean, I think that a lot of this language, you've got to put them in a cultural context, and they do love this kind of florid language and this very sort of effusive stuff, and a lot of it's political spell, but dug beneath, it's not serious, I don't think.
Why? Why don't you think Russia and China are interested in being involved?
Well, they don't want to get involved in a war either. But what they will do, I think, is they will add more strategic support, for instance, economic, to stop Iran's economy collapsing. I think they're much more interested in regime survival in that sense. I don't think they're interested in getting involved in the war, though, the fighting.
Or are we on the cusp of seeing the success of President Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy?
I think we're seeing both. We don't know yet, as we sit here, whether this effort to end the Gaza war will succeed. But it's a big diplomatic effort, started in this case by the United States, but with a lot of support from Arab countries. So that would be an enormous success for multilateral diplomacy. I wouldn't generalize. I would say I do agree with your characterization of the Trump approach, which is really quite ad hoc. But in this case, he's decided to make the effort. He's decided to jump in. He's had lots of meetings this year with Middle Eastern leaders. And, Rubio and Witkoff and others have been all over the Middle East. So this is an effort that he's willing to make. And I think we all hope that it succeeds.
Kurt, what do you think? I mean, is international diplomacy dead with regards to this particular nuclear issue? Or do you think we're going to see the success of President Trump's approach?
Well, okay. I think number one, the president is impatient, and I think that's basically the story that's going on in Russia, Ukraine. This is the story that's going on in Latin America, and the story that's going on in the Middle East. And while the president is not an instinctual hawk, the hawks, the gun guys, have the quick answer. And he has been tempted by that since diplomacy took a long time on all of these issues in the spring. You saw early tailwinds for diplomacy in Russia, Ukraine, early tailwinds on Latin America, and early tailwinds on the Middle East. And it has been a bad 100 days or so since the June 13th strikes, since he has embraced Ukraine taking all of its territory back, which is a pipe dream. And then, of course, now the sort of needless assassination of Venezuelan fishermen in the South Caribbean. And so all of those are negative indicators. However, this is not George W. Bush. However, tempting it seems to be for him to repeat the mistakes of the past. And I do think there is still the possibility that he calls the bluff on the various people that want to keep the war going. I think the Hamas deal over the weekend, which various I'll say hardline hawks in the U.S. and Israel immediately messaged against, Trump seems like he wants that deal. All things being equal. And the question is whether or not he has the courage and patience to tell the leadership of Israel and the hawks of his own party no. And if he does, that's promising with Iran. But I do think base case and everything I'm hearing and the moving of U.S. military assets back into the region, which happened in late spring this year, I think that augurs a sign of renewed Israeli hostilities on the Iranians. And it's just a question if the U.S. Joins, because we saw last time the Israelis can't get what they want in Iran without U.S. support. And the Trump has to say no, or he's going to find himself in a war.
Jonathan, I mean, not specifically with regards to this conflict, but speaking a few days ago in Prague, the Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić warned that the world is preparing for major conflicts. And to his mind, the only question is which sides countries will pick. And he cited the flurry of arms purchases as one of the reasons he thinks that people are preparing for a broader war. What do you think of President Vučić's assessment?
Well, if he's concerned about people preparing for the war, he should look closer to home, I think, for the reason why certainly European nations are ramping up defense. When you see the sort of the sub-threshold aggressive acts that Russia is already carrying out in the West, it's no surprise that we're ramping up our spending on defense tools, and not just defense tools, but civilian security tools, because so many of these aggressions against other countries are happening non-militarily, dredging up, cables, use of biological weapons to kill opponents in other foreign countries, political interference and these sort of things. So it is ramping up, and the Russians are certainly causing something there. I don't get a sense that the world is heading to a major conflagration. I don't think NATO wants a war. I don't think Putin wants a war either. I think there's an awful lot of saber rattling to play to a domestic audience. But actually, I don't think either side sees a benefit from a war. So, I mean, wars can always happen by accident. Indeed, most, you could argue, probably do. But I don't think anyone is intending one to come along. As to the Middle East plan, I think that I think it's full of aspiration, but when you look at the detail, it's asking Hamas to agree to get rid of 2 of its red lines, and it's asking the Netanyahu coalition to agree to the continued existence of Palestinians in Gaza after the war's over, which is absolutely not what they want. So I can see huge fundamental obstacles, and I'm afraid, to be utterly cynical, I think that both sides are trying to just say yes until such time as the other side causes the deal to collapse. So I don't have any great hope that this is going to yield to the peace of the 3,000-year-old conflict, as Trump described it the other day. I'm sorry if that sounds a bit cynical and hopeless.
Elliot? What do you think? I mean, are we heading towards more turbulent times, even if we look, beyond this Iran question?
You speaking of the Middle East or more broadly?
More broadly, Middle East for a start, but more broadly, I mean, on a global scale. Okay. We see how intertwined geopolitics is. One thing very easily leads to another.
Well, maybe. I don't see any major conflict coming in the Middle East. Even if there's another exchange between Israel and Iran, another 12-day war, That's not going to spread, and neither country will have boots on the ground in the other. And none of the neighbors are going to want to get involved, nor will the Chinese or the Russians. I hope Jonathan's right about Putin. My fear would be that he'll try to test NATO. He is already testing NATO. I mean, these drone flights, which started with the Baltics and Eastern Europe and then moved central and now are tying up airports in Western Europe. Those are tests, and we have to see how NATO responds to those. The only thing it seems to me that could really lead to a major conflict would be a Chinese effort to take Taiwan by force. Then you have a major war. That's the only one I really see on the horizon.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Do you still believe that the United States would fight on behalf of Taiwan? My reading says he would.
Well, we're pledged to do so, and we're certainly preparing to do so. And if we don't do so, boy, it's really quite a different world, because what you've proved there is that American guarantees and pledges are not worth the paper they're printed on.
I think that's what we in NATO already think.
Well, I understand the fear. I certainly understand the fear. But neither under Biden nor under Trump has the United States done nothing, or even close to nothing, to support Ukraine, to which we have no treaty commitment at all, none. And in fact, I would say, and I know Kurt thinks this is an awful thing, and I'm not quite sure who he thinks persuaded Trump to support Ukraine more. Maybe it's the Israelis again, or the neocons. But the fact is, Trump has not abandoned Ukraine, and Trump is trying to figure out ways, the $90 billion arms deal. He is trying to get the Europeans to cut off Russian oil, and he seems to be trying to get the Europeans to freeze, to take the Russian bank deposits in Western Europe. So he's being quite supportive of Ukraine.
Kurt, round us out. Are we heading towards more tumultuous times, Middle East and globally, or is it saber rattling?
Yeah, I mean, Elliot, I think the gratuitous attacks on my character, which are unfounded, are beneath your accomplishments as an American civil servant and political operator. But that notwithstanding, I think that it is very dangerous to divide the world, as seemingly elites in the West, quote unquote, want to do, into a liberal democratic order and an axis of autocracies. And I think this kind of, again, loose talk that we're doing so creates a potential fait accompli where this occurs. I don't know why that people in NATO countries would be that anxious. The reality is, I do actually agree with Elliot. We've done a lot for Ukraine, a ton for Ukraine, which is not even in NATO. Taiwan itself, I think, is a complex situation. But the reality is, the last president of the United States committed explicitly to troops on the ground. And I'm not at all convinced of the three theaters that one's going to happen. But if it is going to happen, and I think it will occur in a dynamic in which everybody's overstretched and everybody's overcommitted to each other. I mean, that is the lesson of the World War I dynamic. We're suddenly in all these treaties, and we're fighting because of implied contractual or literal contractual obligations to faraway lands. And I just ask, what is that really doing for the American people? When did we vote on this? Why should we let it continue?
Elliot, do you want to respond to that before we wrap up?
Well, I just listening to Kurt, here's something he and I would probably agree on, and that is that the president's executive order saying that the United States would defend Qatar, to which we have no treaty obligations, was very poorly thought through, and does not seem to have any support or much support in Congress. That really came out of nowhere as far as I was concerned. I think very few people in the government were really expecting that.
Yeah, I think both presidents, Biden and Trump, have desired to do defense compacts to solve the issue of the day. So the one that was bigger under Biden was the potential U.S.-Saudi compact. And I think because Qatar has now been bound by both Iran and Israel, so if the idea that Qatar is this master manipulator behind the scenes, I think is kind of a joke. They're the only country bound by both of them this year. I think Trump is trying to throw them a deal in order to put a Band-Aid over the bullet hole. But I think that's also not great for the United States. And yeah, I oppose that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that particularly plays out, especially as tensions continue. That executive order could be put to the test. Gentlemen, we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But Elliot Abrams, former US Special Envoy to Iran, Jonathan Shaw, the former head of the UK military's Special Forces, and Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions here on Counterpoints. And as always, thanks to you for tuning in to this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors. From Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East's stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios, and these are our top stories. J.D. Vance meets Netanyahu in Jerusalem, warning the US and its allies have a tough task ahead of them in Gaza. Moscow strikes Kiev after Ukraine used British-made missiles on Russia as Trump calls off talks with Putin. And seeing double, Eurostar announces plans to roll out double-decker trains through the Channel Tunnel. Now to our first story this evening. J.D. Vance has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel today, as he says the Gaza deal is going better than expected. The US Vice President and his wife Usha Vance were welcomed by Netanyahu and his wife Sarah in Jerusalem before giving a joint press conference. Vance acknowledged the US and its allies have a very tough task ahead as he addressed the media. Have a listen to this.
This thing takes monitoring and it's going to take a lot of work. I was in the CMCC, which we opened up yesterday. A lot of our Israeli friends working together with a lot of Americans to actually mediate this entire ceasefire process, to get some of the critical infrastructure off the ground, from the international security force to some of the reconstruction of Gaza. It's not easy. I never said it was easy, but what I am is optimistic that the ceasefire is going to hold and that we can actually build a better future in the entire Middle East.
And to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by writer and broadcaster Esther Kreku, who's in Florida, and in the studio this evening, Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. Thanks to both of you for joining us. Let's start off with you, Dr. Eli. How significant is this meeting that we're currently seeing play out between Vance and Netanyahu, given how crucial things are at the moment?
Yeah, definitely very important. Maybe not the meeting itself, but the symbolism of it. How much the U.S. is committed to this peace deal, not only as a guarantor, but also as someone who's putting all its weight on it, pressuring all different parties, really wanting it to succeed because, again, it's the reputation, it's the hope for a peace prize or whatever it is. But really, we see the administration really committed to make this work. And we saw in the past weekend and the past few days that things are re-escalating a little bit. Things are going out of control a little bit. So I think this came at a very crucial time to make sure things are not derailed in any way.
Now, you said it's obviously in their best interest, but I feel like the US is certainly showing by getting all these people on ground. I mean, we've got the trifecta. Let's go for the quad. Marco Rubio will be in town from tomorrow as well. It seems like everyone's on ground there. We're just missing one pivotal piece. Do you think you can see Trump go back again to have another shot in there and say, listen, I'm back to try and mean business here?
Maybe if need be, yes, why not? But I think this has been taken out of the hands of simply Witkoff dealing with it. And we've seen, again, so many people get involved at a higher and higher level. And I don't think you need the president to be there. Having the vice president there is as much a sign of a commitment, having the secretary of state and all these people, I think, also the very direct cooperation between the US and the Israeli military on all different things. So I don't necessarily see a return of Trump to the Israeli landscape altogether or to the region altogether unless there's something really significant happening. Either a big derailing or a threat of an all-out war, like, for example, a re-engagement with Iran or anything like that. But on the issue of Gaza, I think this is a big sign of how much pressure, how much we want this to happen. And I guess the Israelis understand the message very well. Still, both parties will try to maneuver a little bit right and left and try to find a better spot here or a better benefit there, as Hamas is doing and is pressured by its own guarantors and the mediators on that side. And definitely the Netanyahu government is trying to move things around. We saw a new bill in the Knesset. We were talking before the air about how to apply Israeli laws in Gaza. There's a real threat and a real scare about the security void and the legal void in Gaza if things move ahead and Hamas starts to withdraw. And we've seen some also some things that are happening on the streets out of control and so on. So it is really a double-edged sword. But when things are in the open like that, definitely Israel will try to move a step ahead and claim something that could be seen as a precedence in that sense.
Well, is it working, though? Esther, I'll turn to you on this one. Are we seeing any changes compared to where we were, say, on Saturday, where it was teetering on the edge of this being a complete breakdown? Are we any better off now? And do you think that with Rubio heading to town tomorrow to arrive in Israel, that we could see some real change on the way?
Well, I think what Rubio heading over symbolizes is sort of a reinforcement strategy. This is his third visit since mid-September. So really, the Americans are throwing a lot of diplomatic weight behind maintaining this fragile ceasefire, and which, by the way, I have to remind everyone, that's all this is. This is just a ceasefire. I think people talking about, a peace is not going to hold, we're not going to all hold hands and sing Kumbaya. This is a conflict that's been going on for decades. I don't think it's realistic to expect the Trump administration that has been in office for just such a short amount of time to bring peace to the Middle East in some spectacular fashion. These things take time. But I think what we can all agree on is that America is the only country really with the kind of significant leverage enough to bring all the parties together, to get them to agree to something, and to make sure there are consequences if they don't. I think what is clear is that the Americans have less trust in the Israelis, especially after the Qatari attacks, which was, a complete national embarrassment for America. The fact that an ally can with such impunity strike another American ally in this way in the middle of negotiations in what looked like an attempt to derail negotiations. And I don't think the Trump administration has any tolerance for that at all at this moment. So we're seeing them throw a lot of weight behind this. And look, this is not a lasting peace, of course. We're seeing Hamas slowly release the hostages. I think they have about 13 hostages bodies left. They've given up all the living hostages. And we know that by the end of that exchange, Hamas will have literally no leverage. Now, could this be the reason behind their drip feeding of the hostage bodies? Who knows? I wouldn't put it past them. But one thing is very clear is that the Americans are not going to allow anything to derail this up until something more tangible comes of it. And they've also made it clear that, whatever kind of peace plan moves forward and in terms of governing Gaza, they are not going to be directly involved in it because, like Trump said, no more forever wars. He's going to get local leaders in the region to handle it, of course, with financial support from the Americans and to a lesser extent Europeans. But they're going to try and patch this together with chewing gum and duct tape and then set everyone on their merry way.
Well, just to take on what you said, Esther, Dr. Ellie, the US have said no boots on ground, no US boots and troops will be on ground there. But they've definitely said that we do need someone to be there. And the question is who? Because aside from Indonesia, I don't know who's put their hand up and said, listen, we will send people in, we'll help you out here.
Definitely there was this signal from Indonesia that they're willing to do it. But again, so many things are so unclear. And when there's so much uncertainty, you wouldn't put your soldiers in, you wouldn't put your assets in, you wouldn't put your credibility in. Definitely no other government has shown interest in sending troops. The Europeans have said we might send technical assistance to whoever is going to be controlling. But I truly believe if it is not Saudi Arabia or Egypt, like the big players in the region, really weighing in that and sending soldiers, troops, boots on the ground, then things are going to be much more difficult to control in Gaza in the coming period. And both countries have clearly shown no interest so far. Maybe with Egypt, if a broader agreement is done, could be more interested. Saudi Arabia so far has not shown any willingness.
But that's maybe a phase 2 or even a phase 3 step, right? So we don't get ahead of ourselves.
Again, all what we're talking, as Esther's saying, is just a ceasefire, but even it's the first phase of a ceasefire. And we've just declared with President Trump the general framework. There are so many things that are still to be discussed. Even when we say disarmament, to who, when, how, and this is what Hamas is playing in. The humanitarian situation, the legal and security void, as we spoke about, the reconstruction, the new government that's going to be formed, or the new authority. Is Hamas going to be able to participate in naming these people? Will these be considered as Hamas or not? There
surely
are so
if they're
many
going
things.
to be intrinsical in actually naming the governing body behind it, that's the chickens running KFC. That's surely not possible, right?
Well, again, where are you going to get these people from? They're going to be either Hamas or Fatah, or people who are purely technical and who has been living outside Palestine. And we know that this is not going to work if it is completely who are not in touch with the ground, who don't know how to do things, who don't know how to practically control the ground in that sense. So we do need some real people holding on to the real power that is on the ground. Can this happen without Hamas's approval, or at least positive reinforcement in that sense? This is where the trick is. And then again, the Palestinian Authority, who has been completely left out, while it is the legitimate, and where the government is recognizing Palestine, they are actually recognizing the Palestinian Authority. But then there's that phrase in the agreement that says after its reform. What does that mean? How long is that going to take? What's going to happen in the meantime? All these are questions that have no answers.
Esther, looking at what happens, as we said, after that, and there is this tug of war, I guess, over Gaza's future that we're seeing, which is continuing. Israeli Parliament, and in the Knesset today, and narrowly, might I add, there was a vote in favour of passing this bill, which sees a preparation for a West Bank annexation. Now, that's loosely what's been termed. Obviously, that's not the correct, but it will see Israeli law be enforceable in Gaza. At this stage, would you view that as effectively what people are saying it is, views to make it an annexation of the West Bank?
Well, I think we have to be careful about how we see this, because of course there are many ways you can view this depending on where you lie ideologically. The point is that this is, practically speaking, this is the first of many stages that the bill has to go through to actually be approved by the Knesset. Of course, this is a provocation, because in the middle of these kind of fragile peace negotiations with Hamas, the last thing you want is to aggravate the Arab leaders in the region, like the UAE, for example, which has said, that is a red line for us, annexing any part of the West Bank. So clearly, I think this is a concession to the more fervent right wing of the Israeli parliament. But whether I actually think this is going to become law, I highly doubt it. Again, this first stage of many stages only passed by one vote. It was an extremely narrow vote. I think it's an extremely poor taste that this is happening now. But you're basically walking a tightrope. We're waiting to get Hamas to release all the dead bodies of the hostages, which is a condition that Israel has insisted upon, and that America's been very vocal that they're going to make sure that happens regardless. I mean, if Hamas need to dig it up with their fingernails, so be it. They're not letting them have excavation equipment, but they are saying you need to release all these dead bodies. What happens after that? I mean, I think it's important to not look too far into the future, because again, this situation that we're in right now is already so incredible that we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. But another thing to bear in mind is, actually getting Hamas out of the region is much more complicated than that. It's like really uprooting a cancer. Hamas is as much an ideology as it is an organization, and you cannot unthink an idea. I believe there was an IDF official who said that at the height of this Gaza offensive, that Hamas was recruiting new militants at a ratio of 5 to 1. And you have to ask, why is that possible? How is that possible? Hamas, using its people as human shields, as the IDF will say. But basically treating them with such impunity and not having any regard for their lives, they're still managing to recruit so many young men. And regardless of what you think, the incentives they use, whether it was food or money or whatever, there's clearly still a pull of the extremist ideology that is fueling Hamas, that is quite deeply embedded into Gazan society. I don't even know where you would begin to de-radicalize this population, let alone, actually getting rid of Hamas. What's the point of cutting the head of the snake if 3 more pop up? You can get rid of Hamas on a technicality, but if you're dealing with a deeply radicalized population that is looking at their home that has been reduced to rubble, that certainly don't see Israel as any friend at the moment, how are you going to get over that? And so, I think that the conversation about having local leaders that the Gazan population can trust, getting a de-radicalization campaign, offering the people a better deal, because if they're looking at, dirt and rubble and still pulling many of their dead from underneath this rubble, those are other conditions for peace, regardless of what Israel says about it.
Well, with Rubio on ground tomorrow, I'm sure that story will continue. Thank you both, Dr. Ellie and Esther. Thank you. We'll move on to our next story, to Ukraine now. Ukraine says it has used British-made Storm Shadow missiles in a massive strike on Russian chemical plant that is in Bryansk in the region of Russia. The attack penetrated Russian air defences and could draw new threats from Moscow. It came as Russian strikes killed 7 people in Ukraine. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has shelved talks with Vladimir Putin, calling them a wasted meeting. Esther, let's turn to you first on this. Ukraine using British-made Storm Shadow missiles inside Russia. This is somewhat of an escalation, but what, as a message, does it send to Putin?
I think as a symbolic message is clearly that, we still have the support of our international allies, of Britain and Europe more broadly. It's interesting to note that actually the Ukrainians have had permission to use these missiles since last year. So clearly they're using it sparingly. From a military perspective, it's clearly not a resource that they can just call upon at any time. They cannot use these kinds of missiles at whim. They have to be quite strategic and sparse with how they use it. But in the recent months, especially after the Russian cyber attacks and the fact that Russian Air Force planes have entered European airspace with such impunity, to the extent that they've got the Polish and Estonian ministers saying, we will shoot down your planes, which is probably the first time that there's been such an explicit threat to Russia. You're seeing the Europeans rally around the Ukrainians a lot more, which is in sharp contrast to what's happening with America. A couple of weeks ago, we heard Trump flirting with the idea of providing Ukraine with Tomahawk long-range missiles so that they can, penetrate Russia proper and really take the fight back to Putin. And then a couple of days ago, he was basically telling Zelensky that actually you must make concessions to Putin or face annihilation, which kind of reinforces this view that America thinks that Ukraine is just hanging on by a thread. So you're really kind of seeing 2 diametrically opposed views on what's happening on the ground, what should be happening. And obviously, I think America is still keen on bringing this war to an end, but what they're actually willing to do practically is unsure. I think many people are wondering if Donald Trump even knows what Putin wants. There have been discussions that they've been having conversations around land swaps. So Russia either being able to take the rest of Donetsk, the Donetsk region that is currently not occupied, or keeping the vast majority of it. It currently occupies 78% of it in exchange for other parts of Ukraine, or Ukraine keeping the other parts of Ukraine that it currently holds. Now, these are things that are completely unacceptable, it would seem, to Donald Trump, who is, from what I can see, more in favor of a no man's land territory and nothing to do with kind of galvanizing Russian speakers to one side or another. So at the moment, there's a very fractured view of what support for Ukraine looks like. I think Ukraine has been given a favor by the Russians' actions lately, in the sense that it's really made Europe wake up more than ever, because really their security and their future is in their own hands. Donald Trump has not thought on his view that NATO is no longer going to be financed by America and allow the Europeans to be lax with their own security. And I think we're starting to see that more seriously now.
Dr. Ellie, this is, at the end of the day, a UK missile that has now been sent into Russian area and Russian space, and they've gone past the Ukraine border, which is a first as well. Could there be some sort of a retaliation? Do you think could there be a trigger? Putin does not like to be upstaged.
That's true. First, on a technicality, if I may, we've seen the same scenarios in Syria and other places around the world where Western countries would provide a certain limited amounts of weapons, but really be very careful on how it is used and when it is used and what is targeted with it, in order practically not to pass the political message that we are part of this war. Here we're saying the opposite, and for the first time in 2-3 years, the UK is sending a clear message: we are part of this war, we are allowing our weapons to be used. On the other hand, we've seen Putin say, if such weapons are used, it would be considered as if it is an attack by that country, the home country of these weapons, against Russia, and we will retaliate. Eventually, in the political process, I think it's a continuous escalation by both parties. It's calling the bluff of each other. It's testing the grounds. It's really pushing the limits as much as possible without neither party is really willing to engage directly. And I don't see that happening, really. On one hand, NATO altogether, the European countries really feel the threat. They really want to push Putin back, as long as this push is happening in Ukraine and not on their lands. And of course, they are hesitant to go into any direct engagement without the US fully on board with that engagement. On the other hand, Putin definitely is pushing the limits, definitely is triggering all kind of European red lines, if I may say. But still, I don't think he is willing to directly engage, neither in Poland nor anywhere else that would eventually trigger a NATO response against him.
And I guess that's why we've seen that meeting postponed, because he's really not... Trump is of the opinion that diplomacy is not really Putin's aim.
Definitely. First, we definitely know, or we can safely say that Trump has underestimated how complex is the issue, how complex is Putin's situation in that conflict, and how much he can bring him to where he wants him to be. This has proven to be a big failure in that sense. Definitely nobody other than Trump can bring Putin to the table, because Putin wants to negotiate with Trump, not with Zelensky, not with the Europeans. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, neither the carrot nor the stick have really worked with Putin so far. And somewhere the American diplomacy is stuck in that sense. They don't want to encourage the Europeans for more escalation, but also Putin is not giving in any easy way, or is not willing to come to where the US wants him to be in that sense.
And the question was, where does NATO stand in all of this now? Mark Rutte has made his way to Washington, and just to give you a direct piece of an update from that as well, he has spoken and said he's got total confidence in President Trump and that he's the only one who can get this done. That was after he met with top US lawmakers in Capitol Hill. He is the leader of the most powerful nation on earth. You're all citizens of the most powerful nation on earth, the most powerful economy, the most powerful military. Wow. And if you have a president like this with lots of experience because of his first term in office, he's got a clear vision on bringing this war to a durable and lasting end. That's the words of Mark Rutte, who is the Secretary General for NATO, who has made his way to Washington. They are very much, even though they're now no longer being financially backed by President Trump, they're very much placating the president's ego.
We cannot say they are not being backed by Trump, but definitely he has pushed the Europeans to increase their engagement and their financial commitments to the NATO. But still, the US is a huge part of NATO in terms of finances, in terms of military, but also in terms of politics. And we know it is always a very, very close connection between who is chosen as head of NATO and the US presidency. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't expect anything else. Maybe too much of a praise. Maybe they know how to engage Trump to make
It has been the administration of that, hasn't it? The more extravagant the gift or the praise, the easier that conversation is. And if you go against it, we see a Zelensky type situation where that happens again. Esther, before we move on, finally, I want to ask you: can the UK actually afford this? Sending weapons of this caliber to Ukraine seems like it's very expensive.
The short answer is no. Because the UK can hardly afford its own defence. I mean, defence spending has been sort of at the lowest record level since in the last 30 years. But it's not as bad as other countries. I mean, when you're talking about countries like Spain, for example, that I believe spends about 1.8% of its GDP on defence, you can see how nervous a country like Spain would be when basically since 2018, Donald Trump has said enough of the free ride. You know, we have been allowing the Europeans to underinvest in their own security for too long. And so, this is now, the onus is now on you to pay for your own defense. It's not Trump's fault that the Germans, for example, didn't listen and based an entire sort of industry on cheap Russian gas when they really should have been investing in their own defense. And I think there's a degree of embarrassment, not necessarily at sort of the high EU levels or some national political levels, but of the average European that's thinking, whether or not I like Trump, I think there is something quite patently ludicrous that I'm depending on another country for my defense, when a country like Russia can, depose cyber warfare to the extent that, they can shut down power plant, manufacturing plants in Britain, or they can basically shut down airports in Denmark and the Netherlands. I mean, this is quite ridiculous.
That's why the question, I think, Esther, should be, can the UK not afford not to send these
exactly.
weapons?
It can't afford it, but it can't not afford to do anything. What you're just going to see is if you can't afford something, you have to reallocate resources. So something has to give. A lot of European countries are looking quite critically at their welfare spending, which often makes up the significant amount of their national budget alongside debt. So reallocating and trimming budgets as much as possible, looking at pensions and seeing ways that they can put emergency resources towards shoring up their defense, because at the moment they really can't afford not to.
Thank you both for your thoughts on that, Dr. Ellie, and also Esther. Let's move on. Eurostar has announced plans to introduce a double-decker train for the first time in the Channel Tunnel. The rail operator, which links London to Paris and also to Brussels, will order up to 50 trains. That's increasing its fleet by nearly a third. The deal is said to be worth around €2 billion. A lot of cash, a lot of money on the line here. Esther, what do you make of this move? Why, by the way, is it happening now? Why all of a sudden is there this big focus on Euro railing once again?
I think it's at the point where they have a choice. They have no choice but to invest. One of the things to remember is that they're decommissioning 34 of their trains, so 8 of the oldest trains, and the other couple of the other few dozen trains are going to come from a company that they inherited those trains from. So they actually have to upgrade their fleet, and the double-decker train is common across Europe. It's only the UK that doesn't have that because of our ludicrous environmental consultation policies and the fact that our bridges are not high enough, so we can never get away with it. Interestingly enough, having a double-decker train doesn't actually mean that they're going to double their capacity. It's only going to increase the train's capacity by about 20%. So people that think, more space means they're going to get better train fares that's unfortunately not going to happen. And if anyone has been paying attention to how expensive Eurostar has been, especially over the last 10 years, that's not great news. What could be great news is the fact that Virgin Trains are getting in on the action, and they're also going to start running trains from Britain to the European continent. Now, of course, that more competition hopefully will create a better price advantage from the consumer's perspective. But this is kind of basically a combination of the fact that they really had to upgrade their trains and the fact that, post the pandemic, post-Brexit, it seems like there is demand has either remained consistent or is likely to increase. We know that Eurostar has ordered 30 trains confirmed with an option of another 21 trains by 2030. So we're going to see if demand increases, that we might actually see more significant investment. They're also paying £80 million to upgrade the only train depot facility in London that can actually maintain these double-decker trains. So either way you slice it, greater investment for the UK and greater interconnected travel between Britain and Europe, which seem to need each other more than ever at the moment.
Look, it's a lot of money to spend on something, but to be fair, a lot of these train carriages, some of the older ones, have been there since the very, very start, since 1992 to 1996 was the initial one. And the newer trains, I think, have been developed, the latest one coming into service in 2018, so they're heading on for 8 years. They're probably due an upgrade anyway. But now what we're seeing is the bigger picture, Dr. Ellie, is that this is somewhat of a significant improvement for post-Brexit. And anything that seems to link Europe to the UK is being welcomed very favourably by the public, at least.
Definitely. I think, first on the technical side, I think Europe has shifted its spending in the past decade or so into more, green energy production, social policies, all of that, at the detriment of actual essential infrastructure.
Yeah.
And now, as you said, it's time where they cannot afford it anymore. More importantly, on the political sense of things, we've seen the UK in these couple of years the closest to Europe since Brexit and even maybe before that. where we're seeing interconnection and interdependency on the politics, on the military, and now, of course, on the economic aspect. This is a connection that is needed by both economies, the EU and the UK, and this is something that will boost both economies positively. The problem is, as you said, this requires huge amounts of investments. Who is willing to do that investment? What are the restrictions on that? And what is the return on investment for private companies if they are to do that? If not private companies, can the governments do that? The answer so far is still very weak in that sense. It is definitely a needed connection. It is definitely a beneficial connections on all levels, connecting the UK to the EU.
Esther, what's the deal with these trains? What do we know about them? I know that they're bigger for sure, but not by a lot, right? And is it going to be a different passenger experience when on board? Are we likely to see maybe a business class, almost a first class level on Eurostar, or is that, am I dreaming here?
So Eurostar have confirmed that passengers can choose seats on any deck, and the layout is going to be exactly the same. There's not going to be a price differential. So if you choose the upper deck or the lower deck, we saw trains like this introduced in the 50s and 60s in the UK, and they were discontinued in the late 70s because the maintenance was too expensive, and there was this idea that it just made kind of servicing in trains, so serving people food, a bit of a nightmare because they had to keep going up and down the stairs. We know that in British trains, they just, wheel their cart down because there are no levels. But obviously, it's a bit more complicated when you have a double-decker train. I think the small detail that kind of sticks in the craw is the fact that, Britain was a leading pioneer in train infrastructure and train design and just creating trains around the world. Now they've just signed a massive deal for French trains. So that's... We never thought we'd be here, but hey-ho, Brexit.
Got a stink. But let's move on to our next story. Thank you both so much. The makers of ChatGPT are hoping that the rival to Google has just been launched. It's a new AI-powered web browser called Atlas. Now, unlike Chrome, Atlas is not going to require an address search bar. And Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, says Atlas has been built pretty much around ChatGPT, as the new browser has now become available on Apple devices. Dr. Ellie, first of all, what's different? What is Atlas about? What is going to make this different to any other search engine? What's the difference between that and Google?
I think it's responding to the people's needs and to the people usage of how they have been using ChatGPT in general. And we've seen more and more people go towards AI networks like ChatGPT and others just to get a simple answer, a clear answer that combines different sources into one simple, clear answer or a sentence as simple as that. Whereas Google is usually where you go find links to other pages, where you go do a search or something like that. Definitely Google has introduced their AI answer before you get to the actual links. But still, I think the big difference is going to be that with Atlas, you're going to be able to get the straight to the point, the short answer that you're looking for without going into different links and different versions. You will simply have it there synthesized from all different sources. Now, also on the other hand, it's definitely Google has been criticized for actually, serving first which answers and which is paid by advertising, how to get your company to show up first and so on. So far, AI has been maybe free from that, and this is also appealing to the people in that sense.
So in terms of when you Google something, you're getting a stack of SEOs. With Atlas, that's not something that you're going to encounter, at least not at this phase.
Currently, exactly.
Okay. Esther, privacy concerns. We're hearing a lot about somewhat of an autopilot or even an agent mode that is going to be put into place here as well, which is causing some privacy concerns for people simply because of the sheer scale of what AI and what ChatGPT currently stores upon all of its users.
Yeah, I mean, that was always going to be the concerns about AI-powered search engines, which is the kind of the ethics around it, which is why you've heard kind of, the jobs of the future being touted about is AI ethicists and people that create the moral boundaries and frameworks for within which AI, not just search engines, but any kind of AI-powered technology has to operate within. Now, I don't know if I'm being a bit biased here, but I think the potential breakup of big tech fills me with much glee. A court recently ruled that Google has an effective monopoly on web search. And I think, whenever you hear people leveling criticisms at the way we're seeking to regulate big tech and comparing it to the aviation industry, which basically has three major companies, Airbus, Boeing, and to a lesser extent Embraer, when you see them drawing parallels to that, I think they don't really understand it. Because if you want to draw parallels with aviation, you also have to admit that big tech hasn't been regulated anywhere near the way that aviation has been regulated. So much so that whenever there's a plane crash, it's all over the news. For example, if a plane calls a mayday, for example, you have news crews on standby waiting to see the plane land. The rules in aviation are written in blood because it's taken so seriously. And I think while we come more or less to grips with how impactful big tech is in our lives with social media and Google and search and all of that, we haven't necessarily got to grips with how to regulate it. A big part of that is the fact that many governments are just behind on it. Whenever they legislate on something, technology has advanced and they don't really have the kind of flexible infrastructure to adequately regulate on this and to still create a space where AI can still develop and flourish and make humans' lives better while still maintaining those sorts of guardrails. So, safety concerns will always going to be there. And I think this is where you're going to see many jobs that focus solely on human judgment open up in the future. I'm not really a pessimist and believe that AI is going to destroy everyone's jobs. I think it's going to open other opportunities like all technological advancements do. But I do think the onus is on governments to create a more flexible and adaptable and proactive framework to make sure that people's concerns about privacy and safety are adequately addressed without sort of being behind on this. And this might mean having separate departments that are uniquely focused on this. I mean, if you look at the UK, for example, you have many civil service branches, but some they vastly differ in quality. You have the Ministry of Education, for example, which is, and having known people that work in it, disappointing. But the Ministry of Defense is fantastic and it's run like a well-oiled machine. So I think that's where really the onus should be on governance, good proper governance and proactivity.
So Sam Altman, obviously a smart businessman, he kind of has the jump on this, Dr. Ellie, for the fact that he's the first of. He's much like Mark Zuckerberg with social media. May not have been the first, but it's the biggest one that we know of. He's kind of got the advantage here, and he's going into this market with something called Atlas. Is there a missed opportunity here? Because generalization speaking, when you look at things like Let Me Google It, Hoover being the biggest known name in vacuum cleaners, Velcro being what you stick onto, everything that sticks to something else is termed as Velcroed. ChatGPT, it's kind of becoming something, let me ChatGPT it. But now he's coming with this new brand called Atlas. Nobody's going to say, let me Atlas that for you. So has he missed out something there?
But I think even ChatGPT, it truly has been the first and he truly has been the pioneer. But then so many other companies have quickly catched up. And this goes back to what Esther was saying in terms of regulation, in terms of catching up, in terms to seeing what is coming up every day, a new platform that does a different thing, a different category of people are using this rather than that, and so on. I think it is way too complex to regulate, and I think it is way too complex for anybody to claim the pioneering role or the fatherhood of that thing. And I think people have already moved beyond ChatGPT, and it's not going to become that Google effect of having everything linked to Google and becoming a verb itself, as you mentioned. Will Atlas become so? Maybe. That's a different category of a search engine per se. But again, I think too many things are happening in too many places and too many different aspects of AI, as it has involved every aspect of our life, every field, every sector. So it's really difficult to say that one is going to catch the biggest size of the market.
Still have to download it immediately after the show to see exactly what all the hype is about, though. Well, it's that time of the show where both Ellie and Esther have chosen two of the quirkier stories from the news for today. Esther, let's turn to you first. Yours is about a woman who's after getting fined a whopping £150 in the UK simply for doing something that, to me, seems like something I do 3 or 4 times a day.
Yeah, I think the queue is where she got fined, which was in Kew, a town in Richmond. She basically got fined for apparently breaking an obscure environmentalist law, which said you cannot pour things down the drain that could potentially contaminate water supply. She didn't know this. She was using a reusable cup and she was about to hop onto a bus, and she got slapped with a £150 fine. Now, I can assure you, if this one was in other parts of London, less leafy, less posh, less developed, less rich parts of London, she would not have been fined. I'm pretty sure her local police officer wouldn't have even known of this legislation. But unfortunately, she was in an area where the busybody police, who I must say was told, we have been told, handled this professionally, they apparently knew of it, and so she got slapped with a fine. Unfortunately, in London, in other parts of London, you have to commit more grave crimes to ever see the police, some of which might include murder.
Is the area queue quite upmarket then in that case? Would environmental police be something that's normally on patrol out there, keeping an eye for litter bugs?
Let's just say there's no environmental police in Tottenham or Croydon. I'll just put it that way. They don't exist.
Worse things have been thrown down drains, I'm sure, in the past. Dr. Ellie, yours is about pen pals. Never had one personally. Never going to know the excitement about it.
No, me neither, but I definitely know, and I've seen people around me during the civil war in Lebanon enjoying the beauty of pen pals and sharing these feelings and sharing their stories with somebody who's, miles and miles away, but still can connect with you and can give you this kind of sympathy and well-being. So the story is a beautiful story about pen pal friendship that started 43 years ago, 1983, when both ladies were in grade 5. We're talking about Clark Casey and Michelle Ann Ning, one from Singapore, one from Canada, and they actually kept going since grade 5 up till today. After 43 years, they never stopped communicating by letters, which none of us actually still does. And the beauty of the story is that they were actually able to meet in Newfoundland in Canada, where the two actually met for the first time and, again, went back throughout all these years and years of sharing memories and sharing stories, and they were able to do it in person this time.
Oh, it's a nice story. Esther, did you have a pen pal? Ever have somebody you were communicating with on the regular on letters?
No, I don't. But unfortunately, I have the handwriting of a doctor. So make of that what you will. I don't think if I had a pen pal, it would have lasted very long.
Now instead you can just go and research them all. And I guess, as Dr. Ellie pointed out earlier on, who needs pen pals when we can use ChatGPT?
Well, it's answering our emails now. It's writing our letters. That's
giving
a
us
big
helpful
disadvantage.
advice. It's a friend that we didn't know that we needed. Well, I want to say thank you to both of our guests this evening, writer and broadcaster Esther Crecu, joining us from Florida. Thank you very much for taking time out. And Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. And that is all that we've got time for on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X, and G&T is on the way next. But for now, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's programme, we're going to be speaking to Afghanistan's permanent representative to the UN in Geneva. And amongst other things, I'll be discussing with him the latest hostilities between Kabul and Pakistan. Plus, the US Vice President J.D. Vance has been holding talks in Israel, where he's expressed optimism about President Trump's ceasefire plan for Gaza, saying it's going better than expected. I'll be asking our guests if they share his optimism. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the recent tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan, which have seen bloody border clashes between the two Asian countries.
Well, these have been their deadliest hostilities since the return of the Taliban government in 2021. Well, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khawaja Asif has confirmed that a ceasefire deal has been reached, and the two sides will meet again on Saturday for further dialogue in Istanbul.
There's no timeline to it. We just extended it. There was no timeline that we'll watch till such and such date and then extend. It's we are at the moment we have a ceasefire agreement. As long there is no violation of the agreement, which is which is already in force. That is why we entered into an agreement. If there is no connivance, there is no sense in entering into agreement with TTA.
We're joined now by Ambassador Nasir Andisha, who is the permanent representative of Afghanistan to the UN in Geneva. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Dr. Andisha, you served as the Deputy Foreign Minister of Afghanistan during the period 2015 to 2019. You are a career diplomat and an academic, and you still hold the title of Permanent Representative of Afghanistan to the UN in Geneva. But just to avoid any confusion amongst our viewers, you do not represent the Taliban in any way, do you?
No, thank you very much. First of all, greeting to you and to all audiences. Yes, as you all know, that the Taliban are not recognized officially, internationally. So in the international system, particularly within the United Nations system, Afghanistan as a state still is represented by the formal ambassadors and representatives who have been given their credentials before the military takeover of the country by the Taliban. So we do represent the people of Afghanistan and the democratic and free aspiration of people of Afghanistan.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 4 years since that chaotic scene of people fleeing Afghanistan, the American troops pulling out. And I'd just like to ask you, I mean, what is your assessment of how things have been going in your country since then?
I think what we can quickly describe it, because there's a lot of history behind this and we don't have time for that. But I think a peace process which was probably not comprehensive enough, not taking into account all the regional and the domestic stakeholders went wrong. A peace process went wrong. A peace process which did not look after, as I said, the interests of people of Afghanistan, women, educated and progressive communities who, work for 20 years to make Afghanistan, as a place that can live in peace with itself and its neighbor, and with its own Islamic identity, but also can join the progress in and around that part of the world. But also there was this rivalries within the regional and international stakeholders, which is now we can see it. Maybe later on we can discuss about it. It's coming back in terms of Pakistan and Taliban rivalry and also some sort of a regional thing. So the Doha process, to tell you, became a disaster. The Doha peace agreement or the Doha agreement between the United States and the Taliban. And it turned out that it just, completely handed over Afghanistan in the plate to a very extremist Islamist group, which, later on did not comply with some of the points that they agreed in Doha and seized the country militarily. And ever since, dismantling all the progress, all the institutions, women's rights, human rights, education, parliament, just name it, free trade, free expression, and turning this country with a very sort of, medieval ideological approach toward, unfortunately, Islam, because that's not true, because, the OIC and no Islamic countries and endorse their policies, is taking Afghanistan back to the Stone Age, where it's becoming a laughing stock everywhere around the world. I'm dealing with different embassies and ambassadors from Latin America. They're asking, which kind of people on leading, your country in this 21st century. So I think that's basically what happened. But ever since there is a total confusion in and out within the region that what to do with this group. Some people think that they could be a strategic asset, in the regional rivalries. Some people think that they could be, an agent of change, which I think increasingly we are finding out that they are not. But then some countries who thought they could be strategic tools for regional rivalries turning around. For example, now what happens is that the Taliban, the first country that they're actively fighting is Pakistan, which, in many years, Pakistan supported them and provided them with logistics. And, former Prime Minister Imran Khan called them, freedom fighters who broke the shackles of imperialism and things like this. So I think it's, we are dealing with a phenomena of Taliban, which does not represent the reality of Afghanistan. And this, for me, is heartening that sometimes, some of the media channels, particularly in the Arab world, is putting them as, the government of Afghanistan. Like there's a ceasefire between Afghanistan and Pakistan. But to us, they are similar to the Houthis. Nobody say there is a ceasefire between Yemen or, let's say, Oman. They say there's a ceasefire between the Houthis. And I think, I urge the viewers, I urge people, in the Arab world to understand that, Taliban is just a group, and that's not Afghanistan. Afghanistan is much larger, much bigger, much diverse than what Taliban are and what Taliban represent.
Okay, Ambassador, I mean, you've raised a lot of important points there. Let's talk then a bit about the hostilities between Afghanistan and Pakistan. I mean, the two countries share a long border. It's 2,600 kilometers in length. Just tell us, what is the situation as far as you understand it right now on that border?
You see, that's the irony. The irony is that in Afghanistan and Pakistan, ever since the creation of Pakistan, we had some differences, particularly around this borderline, and also, in terms of the sort of the colonial legacy which was left in many places in the Middle East and South Asia. But this recent episode is ironic because the Taliban were basically brought in the Pakistani madrasas and seminaries. They were trained, they were supported. And in the past 20 years, they're fighting against, the legitimate government of Afghanistan, democratic government of Afghanistan, but also international coalition, UN and everybody else. The Taliban were supported, and there was some sort of an understanding within some groups in Pakistan, particularly in the military and some of the extremist groups, that, a government in which there is Taliban is strongly presented, or a government by Taliban, will be, one of the best policy options for them. But the way it's turning out is that since the Taliban themselves were, an amalgamation of a different terrorist groups, because in their first stint in Afghanistan, in 1996 to 2001, they actually gave base to Al-Qaeda. We know that, Bin Laden was there, Al-Zawahiri was killed. And then most of these international terrorist groups, they find refuge among the Taliban. And when they were, also the NATO and international coalition was fighting against them. So these groups have allegiances with the Taliban, including regional ones like Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan, the Ansarullah, but the major, and the Chinese ETIM, Al-Qaeda, different groups of Al-Qaeda. But the major link was between the Taliban of Pakistan, TTP, and this Taliban, because they are kind of, friends and cousins to some extent. So the idea for Pakistan was that once the Taliban come into power and they will also dash Indians' presence in Afghanistan, what we can do is we can, get rid of this group, both the Baluch group, which threatened Pakistan, but also the TTP, which is mostly Pashtun Taliban. But that didn't happen. And instead of that, the level of hostilities, the level of attacks, the casualties of the Pakistani army increased almost 250-fold. It means that, during the NATO, during the previous government, it was much lower than what it is right now. And this was not what Pakistan expected it. So, and then Pakistan also had credible evidence that where these people are, because there was a negotiation between the Pakistan and the TTP in Afghanistan. So I think they reached a point where they wanted to take matter in their own hand, and they started attacking Afghanistan directly, which is very unfortunate. In our history of 76 years of Pakistan, we never had a Pakistani plane crossing the border lines, coming into the capital of Afghanistan, Kabul, but also main cities like Kandahar and Jalalabad. So I think it increased the level of hostility into a level where the Taliban started fighting back. But it's it's a very, very sad situation. I think it's a situation where Pakistan is sort of caught in a situation where the people they thought or the liberators are now becoming their enemy number one.
Okay, so clearly there is a risk here, isn't there, of further escalation given the situation we're in. There is a ceasefire. Talks are ongoing. There'll be more talks during the course of the coming days. Do you think there is a risk here of an all-out conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan? And were that to happen, how do you think Afghanistan would fare?
First of all, again, I will re-emphasize that Afghanistan is not fighting Pakistan because, it's actually the Taliban who are fighting it for their own interest. And that is because they cannot ideologically hand over or get rid of this TTP, Tehrik Taliban Pakistan. The interesting thing was that during this Doha negotiation, Taliban promised to the United States that Afghanistan soil will not be used against the interest of any other countries. And also the terrorist groups in Afghanistan will be gradually dismantled and handed over. But the reality is that the Taliban's DNA is in such a way that it's actually, there's very symbiotic relationship between them and the other groups. So they cannot, they cannot fight against them, or they do not have the willing and the ideology to fight. So I'm thinking that the war will not escalate into that level because Taliban does not have neither the capacity nor the weapon nor the technology, nothing. To face sort of a conventional war with Pakistan. And Pakistan actually does not need to go to that level of conventional war. And because Taliban is not a legitimate system, they do not represent people, they don't have a shura, they don't have a parliament, or all the ethnic groups of the country, they cannot raise the national sentiment, which was always the asset of the Afghan people throughout the centuries, fighting either British or the Russians or all of this sort of jihads that we had. This time Taliban, because they came from Pakistan, they cannot bring people to start fighting with their with the Pakistanis. So I think what will happen is that this ceasefire has created what we call it, maybe a terminology, sort of a punitive deterrence, a policy of punitive deterrence by Pakistan. And this punitive deterrence is in a way that, look, if there is an attack originated from Afghanistan by the Pakistani Taliban on the Pakistani soil, we will retaliate against the hideouts of these terrorists inside Afghanistan. So which means we have a ceasefire with Taliban. We are not going to fight the Taliban, but we will go against the TTP in their hideouts. So it's, and that's why, this agreement, which was initially negotiated in Doha last week, and now I think the details will be negotiated in Turkey, in Istanbul or Ankara, I don't know. But so it's actually bringing both Turkey and Qatar into the mix as two countries which will monitor this ceasefire. But Pakistanis have made it clear that this ceasefire is not with the TTP. It's with the TTA, Tehrik Taliban Afghanistan, but not with the Pakistanis. Okay. So I think what Pakistan has created, a kind of a situation, and a status quo in which they have given a free hand for themselves, now with the verification of Turkey and Qatar probably, that they could be able to go after the TTP. And the Taliban, I don't know how they can comply with this article that we will not let Afghanistan soil to be used by TTP or other terrorist groups, because in reality they don't have neither the willingness nor the capacity. So I could see a long-term sort of strategy in which Taliban will be capitulating to some of the demands of Pakistan, but on the other hand, their internal fissure will widen because one group of Taliban, they really don't want to give up TTP.
Okay, well, in Pakistan, there is a suspicion that India is somehow involved in what's going on behind the scenes. There are accusations that even come from the Pakistani defense minister who says that Kabul acts like a proxy of India, he says. Those are his words. There's also talk about India perhaps opening an embassy in Kabul. What do you make of this? What do you make of the idea that somehow, at least in Pakistan's mind, India is, fanning the flames here to a certain extent with these tensions between Kabul and Islamabad?
I think that's the irony, and probably this is the biggest disappointment for the establishment in Pakistan, who thought that, with Taliban being sort of, a fundamentalist, extremist Islamist, but also closely related to them, of the Southern Pashtun community, they might have, an upper hand when it comes to future dispensation in Kabul, but the tables has turned. And that is, I think that's what makes Pakistan also very, very upset to look at this kind of situation where the Taliban foreign minister, Muttaqi, is learning Urdu in Pakistan, but actually is using it when he goes and talks to the Indians in India. I think that allegation between India and Pakistan has always been in Afghanistan. I think it's not a new thing. Even during the previous government, the Pakistanis sometimes say that India has, more than 20 consulates in Afghanistan, which was not true. But we all know, it's not hidden. This is an open secret like now that there are sort of, covert operations and covert against each other in both India and Pakistan. But the important thing is that now it's becoming very overt. With Taliban ideologically being 180 degree on the other side of a very sort of, Hindu, BJP, RSS-led government in Delhi. So it's somehow it seems that there is an alignment of right-wingers for their own interests. So I think that's it's not only now Taliban are not hiding this, but Taliban are making this very, very open. And that's which is, the biggest disaster for Afghanistan is that at the end of the day, it's not about Afghanistan. It's not about future of Afghanistan. It's about that how, groups could be used. So when a group is controlling, when a group which is not accountable to its own people like Taliban, they can be so reckless to enter into the fray of India, Pakistan, and given sufficient evidence for the Pakistanis also to raise the public sentiment against Afghanistan and against their involvement. As far as the Indian embassy is concerned, of course, Taliban are not a legitimate government, but we as a state have the right to have, embassies of all the neighboring and regional countries open in our own country. But the reality is that has not to be turned into, a base for rivalries, because the history of Afghanistan always have been, the source of conflict when either the Russian opened an embassy and the British Empire got upset, or it was, the British Empire came from the south and Russians got, upset. So I think we in Afghanistan need to have a neutral and economically integrated country where the interests of all countries could be kept balanced. And our neutrality has to be kept. Because at this stage, we are not neutral. Afghanistan is not neutral. Taliban are certainly not neutral vis-a-vis Pakistan.
Okay, we haven't got much time left, so let's move on to perhaps one final question to talk about sort of the general situation in Afghanistan as you understand it. We get lots of reports about what life is like for women. They can no longer practice many professions, many curtailments on their liberty. We're also told that social media faces quite a lot of restrictions in Afghanistan as well. I'm just wondering what you make of those reports about restrictions on social media in Afghanistan. Why do you think such restrictions are in place, and what do they mean for, in particular, young Afghans who one would have thought would be quite sort of adept and quite keen on using social media?
I think on the situation of human rights, I'm here, for the past 4 years, and one of the major battlegrounds that we are really fighting for is the basics, the fundamentals of human rights of the people of Afghanistan to be restored. Because in the words of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Afghanistan is the worst place for women and young children, especially for girls, because the education, their employment, their work, the basic freedoms has curtailed in a way that now many UN reports defining it as something like a gender apartheid. I mean, if you can bring the apartheid together with gender, so this is what the situation in Afghanistan is. And that's why recently, in this month, beginning of this month, we had a new independent investigative mechanism on the situation of Afghanistan. So the ICC has indicted Taliban leaders. I think in terms of the situation of human rights, this is one of the worst, one of the darkest places. And that also includes not only rights to education, rights to free media, rights to access to just very basics of life. And recently, the Taliban, of course, very cleverly using social media and, media in the past for their own benefits. But now that they have come to power, they understand that, people of Afghanistan, especially the younger generation, the educated one, they wanted to use internet also for their education. There were a lot of girls' universities and schools online and under the ground. So they have curbed now internet in that way, but also they are putting a lot of pressure on whatever is remaining from Afghanistan's media. And they are using all these, tactics to pressure anybody who will have, just an open, to use social media as an open forum. For example, one example is that, when there was attacks in Kabul, because the attacks happened in different parts, so they did not allow anyone. So there was no actually video of any of these attacks coming out. And they actually, for 24 hours or 48 hours, Taliban, the spokesperson, were denying that there was an attack. They said it was a tanker. It was an oil tanker which bursted or burned. But in reality was that it was drones attack. So I think a Taliban, like many of these, like North Korea and the others, they think that, by curbing, by controlling social media, they can, maintain some sort of cohesion among their own people. But I think they are wrong, because majority of people of Afghanistan are now younger people. They are very well connected, and they wanted to know what's happening in the country, and they wanted to inform the rest of the world that, Afghanistan is a closed prison, but we still want to fight, for our freedom, for basics, the basics which the world and also our neighborhood has.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but it's been a real pleasure speaking to you. Ambassador Nasir Andisha, thank you very much indeed for speaking to Al Arabiya.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Now turning our attention to the Middle East, where the US Vice President J.D. Vance has been holding talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. This on the second day of his trip to the country. Well, the Vice President's visit is part of a broader diplomatic push for the US-led plan to end the fighting, secure the release of hostages and begin rebuilding Gaza. Well, Vice President Vance warned, however, that disarming Hamas will be no easy task.
This thing takes monitoring, and it's going to take a lot of work. I was in the CMCC, which we opened up yesterday. A lot of our Israeli friends working together with a lot of Americans to actually mediate this entire ceasefire process, to get some of the critical infrastructure off the ground, from the international security force to some of the reconstruction of Gaza. It's not easy. I never said it was easy, but what I am is optimistic that the ceasefire is going to hold and that we can actually build a better future in the entire Middle East.
Meanwhile, funeral prayers were held today at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis in Gaza. This after Israel sent back 54 bodies of Palestinians to the Gaza Strip. Well, this brings the total number of bodies handed over under the ceasefire deal to 195. That's according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Well, under the deal brokered by the US President Donald Trump, Israel was to return the bodies of 15 Palestinians for every deceased Israeli who was returned. Well, the Palestinian authorities accuse Israel of mistreating and killing some of those in its custody. Well, we're joined now by Calvin Dark, who is a global affairs analyst who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Let's start by talking about what's been happening in Israel in particular today. The ceasefire began 12 days ago with Gaza. J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, is there. What do you think he's seeking to achieve on his visit to Israel?
Thank you for having me. I think it's helpful to understand that just traditionally, the role of the vice president has been when the president wants to show that he's serious, but when it's something he doesn't want to do and there's not going to be any real developments, they send the vice president. And in that, Donald Trump is like his predecessors. J.D. Vance had one goal and has one goal in Israel, and that is to communicate a series of messages around the ceasefire and around America's role going forward. I think that the first message, he said this a lot during his press conference yesterday with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, despite the criticisms, despite the naysayers, that the ceasefire is strong and will hold while acknowledging the difficulties. I think that that was a message to some of the opposition around the world in the United States that maybe it's not the 3,000-year peace that Donald Trump described it as. I also think there was another message that was interesting to an American audience. If you'll notice, J.D. Vance talked about the role of the United States. I believe he said we're the only mediator, really, that can pull all of the parties together to maintain a ceasefire. Yet that will not entail American soldiers on the ground, and the role of the group of soldiers that are in that region, he downplayed, saying that was just normal, but they won't be in Gaza. That was really important because there is growing angst in Donald Trump's base in the United States because they want the victory. They want to be able to talk about the ceasefire and the Trump peace, but they don't want the follow through because the follow through in the Middle East from the United States points of view generally is a decades-long war. And so J.D. Vance was trying to reassure Trump's base in the United States that although America is the leader in bringing this peace, it won't look like Afghanistan, Iraq, Afghanistan, and the list goes on. So I think bringing home those messages was J.D. Vance's main goal.
Right. And this is all, of course, 10 days or so since President Trump himself was there. So perhaps keeping momentum alive by sending his vice president as well. And we heard J.D. Vance saying that, this ceasefire deal is going, he said, better than expected. He said, quote, I feel very optimistic based on the conversations we've had here and with our Gulf Arab friends. I think we can make peace stick, he said. I mean, do you share that same level of optimism?
I would say cautious optimism. And I think that represents the consensus in the United States. Yes, there's opposition to Donald Trump, but I think the consensus in the United States is we wanted an end to the war, a return of the prisoners and hostages, the beginning of the end of the humanitarian crisis. But we're also realistic in the United States that this isn't going to be solved in a week, in a month. And we know that Donald Trump is not one who deals in nuance. Everything is always the best, the biggest, the final, permanent. And while J.D. Vance may understand that that is hardly the case in this particular instance, he is there to carry Donald Trump's message. And that is why you see this optimism that sometimes kind of glosses over very real questions about the second stage of this peace deal.
Right. So you seem to be suggesting that, in fact, the next stage is going to be perhaps the harder part of implementing this ceasefire deal.
Yes, and I think that the majority of the legitimate criticisms of this process from the United States are the fact that if you look at the 20-point plan, there aren't details. And it doesn't seem as if the current efforts focus on the problem at the root of the issue. And even though those are mentioned, like I think there's vague language on a path to aspirations of statehood, several layers of diplomatic language, where are the details? Because there have been ceasefires in the past. The problem has been, how do we address those underlying issues? How do we address the very real current facts on the ground about there's a return of the Palestinians to Gaza, but return to what? And who is going to make sure that that doesn't turn into another humanitarian crisis? Is the United States, for example, the right mediator between the parties? Or are they there to execute what Netanyahu and Israel want? A lot of legitimate questions with not a lot of details in the answers. And I think that's the base of a lot of the skepticism we have in the United States.
President Trump sounds quite understanding and accommodating on certain issues. Notably, he sounds more understanding than the Israelis do on this issue of repatriating the remains of the deceased hostages. And he said, you know, he can imagine, or words to that effect, it's very difficult to locate them amidst all the rubble. And he's demonstrated a little bit more flexibility on that issue. I mean, Israel's considerably less flexible on this. Do you think this is a reflection of President Trump's desire to make sure that this plan does not collapse, that this ceasefire deal remains in place?
I think it's an indicator that Donald Trump realizes what I and a lot of the world realize, that Netanyahu is going to look for any way he can to not comply with the principles behind this deal if it is not what he believes is good for Israel. And Donald Trump understands that if, for example, with the return of the bodies, yes, that's a part of this first stage. And yes, Netanyahu, even threatened to stop the restarted humanitarian aid because of it. And Donald Trump understands that it's not because Netanyahu doesn't understand that there is a logistical, practical issue with it. Trump understands he's going to look for any way to manipulate the deal to his advantage. And so I think that's why we see this flexibility from Trump's part, in that he now owns this piece. And by owning this piece, he also owns it if it breaks. And he knows what Netanyahu wants to do. So when it comes to this issue of returning of the bodies, he himself said, J.D. Vance said, there are logistical concerns. There are even issues about, can Hamas even get the tools that Israel wasn't letting in to do what they're supposed to do in the first part of the agreement? And I do have to say that is something I think Donald Trump should be applauded for, because most presidents in the past hadn't been willing to call out what we all see. And I think the fact that he said, hey, we need to be flexible on this because this is a logistical problem, not just because Hamas isn't committed to this deal.
And Calvin, obviously, you're across this issue. You've been across Middle Eastern affairs for a long time, and there is sometimes speculation about the state of relations between U.S. presidents and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's been here for a very long time. And obviously, at the moment, Israel looking quite isolated on the international stage. A lot of shock and anger about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Do you think there are tensions at the moment? Do you detect any signs of friction between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think between President Trump and Netanyahu, there have been friction because we know that Donald, for good or bad, Donald Trump's motivation is how does he appear in this particular situation. And we saw that when it seemed that what Netanyahu was doing was standing in the way of Donald Trump's aspirations to be the deal maker, to get the prize, sometimes the literal prize, the Nobel Peace Prize, he stands up against him. But we also know that I think at the heart of the issue, Donald Trump wants to have good relations with Netanyahu because there's a political advantage in it. And as you mentioned, like the kind of sometimes optimism, you kind of wonder where it's coming from. Let's remember the day after the a ceasefire went into effect, Donald Trump said in the U.S., Israel was isolated on the world stage, but now that's over. Everybody loves Israel again. I think that's a sign of Donald Trump trying to speak it into existence, kind of optimism. And so I think we will see more of that because he wants the relations to improve, or at least appear improved. The problem is that they're deep in the United States and that it goes beyond Netanyahu and Donald Trump. There's damage to Israel's reputation, particularly its political weight in the United States, I think, for at least a generation. And I don't think a successful ceasefire or even a successful second stage is going to really change that in the near future.
One of the things that, obviously there are a lot of challenges facing the Trump administration with regards to the situation between the Palestinians and the Israelis. But one of them is, of course, the growing or the broadening of the Abraham Accords. And on the one hand, President Trump wants to do that. And on the other hand, the states that are yet to sign up to the Abraham Accords have made their positions extremely clear. For example, on the issue of Palestinian statehood. And then we've heard Prime Minister Netanyahu saying when the ink wasn't even dry on the 20-point plan, well, that's never going to happen, or words to that effect. How does President Trump reconcile those two things and bring the Abraham Accords forward, grow them, which is something he wants to do, and at the same time manage Netanyahu's expectations?
I thought a lot about this issue because, I'm here in Washington, D.C., but I actually divide my time between Washington, D.C. and Rabat. And so I'm always looking at that as Morocco is one of the countries in the Abraham Accords. What's the future of that post the war in Gaza? I think that, once again, Donald Trump is optimistic because he believes this is something that he can achieve that no other president has achieved, and it would be unprecedented. I also believe that Donald Trump thinks that those obstacles that have stood in the way of normalization with Israel and other countries in the region is because people are making it more complicated than it has to be. I don't think Donald Trump realizes that he doesn't think at the end of the day, the very, very fixed positions on the issue of Israel-Palestine from the cultural, religious, political standpoint are really that important if there is money in the mix. And I say that because I believe Donald Trump thinks that, for decades, people have said it's an intractable position. One side says there has to be a Palestinian state. One side says that's absolutely not in the cards. But if there is investment, if there is prosperity, if there's a chance to be a big partner with the United States, people might change their tune, because at the end of the day, he's a businessman and he thinks that money is at the heart of any deal that's going to last. I think that's a lot more complicated than that, but I think that's Donald Trump's bet that he's making, that if he's able to secure this investment, this security cooperation, military cooperation, that maybe people won't see it as intractable as they had figuring out what to do between Israel and Palestine.
Just lastly, Calvin, and briefly, if you don't mind, I mean, do you see President Trump succeeding where 14 U.S. presidents, that's the 14 presidents since Israel was established in 1948, do you see him succeeding where those 14 have failed?
Overall, I want him to succeed because I believe that's good for the region and good for America. I am realistic, though, that I don't think Donald Trump has the tools for success, meaning a team that's dedicated with a plan, with details, and a president that's dedicated to the follow-up, not just the peace ceremony. If he can get those things, then I think he has a really good chance, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
All right. We really appreciate you sharing that with us. Calvin Dark, Global Affairs Analyst, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Greg Swenson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas and a friend of the show. Welcome to the program. Welcome to our studios.
Great to be here.
We usually see you down the barrel of the cameras. It's nice to have you with us here. Let's start by talking about the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's obviously been in Israel this week, holding talks there. We're about 12 days into the ceasefire in Gaza. What do you think J.D. Vance is seeking to achieve on this trip?
I think there's a few things. One is starting to work on phase two, and I think there was a lot of questions about that because there wasn't much detail. They just said we have to work on phase two. So that's number one. And number two is, I think, just demonstrating the commitment from the United States. You had President Trump here only 9 days ago, and that was, quite a moment for America, quite a moment for the world. And I think J.D. Vance coming, only 8 days later, or a week later, is a good sign that we're serious about this. And there are going to be some speed bumps, and we've seen them already with, a couple of the ceasefire violations. So I think it's important that he's got a presence here.
Sure, it's a lot of momentum, isn't it? The US president one week, the vice president the following week. So clearly they don't want anyone to drop the ball. And it was interesting what Vance said. He said the ceasefire deal is going better than anyone had expected. He thinks the peace is going to stick. Are you as optimistic as he is?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I think this, I hate to say this time it's different, but I do think it's not only the commitment from the United States, it was the fact that they put a coalition together with the Arab and Gulf countries, and that was really important. So I think with the given the commitment from the neighbors, I think it's much more likely to work than not work at this point. Now, again, not without some speed bumps or some hiccups, and we've seen some already. I think it's important that the vice president is here, and Jared Kushner was even saying, to both Netanyahu and to Hamas, okay, let's dial it down a bit.
It's interesting. I mean, I want to get your interpretation whether you think perhaps President Trump is a little bit more, shall we say, flexible with Hamas than certainly the Israelis are, and perhaps he might have been in under different circumstances. Because, for example, on the issue of repatriating the remains of the deceased hostages, he sounds quite understanding of Hamas's predicament here. How do you find deceased hostages under tons and tons of rubble?
Of rubble and tunnels, this massive tunnel network they have. I think he is a bit more flexible. The most important thing was the hostages that were returned alive. That was critical to kick off the ceasefire. But I do think, he understands there might be some difficulties, and he's just got to measure, what's most important. I don't think, he encouraged Netanyahu to have a measured response or a reciprocal response, and not go overboard with that. It's difficult, right? I think the message that President Trump sent was, go ahead, Israel, and eliminate or do your best to eliminate Hamas. And then he came along with the peace deal during that process. But it was that effort by the IDF to weaken Hamas that made the peace deal possible. And he's also said on numerous occasions, you have to disarm, and if you don't, we'll disarm you. So, I think he's like in many situations, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And I think having, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, notice these three real estate people got the deal done, not, career diplomats. So it's classic President Trump.
There's a lot of speculation about the nature of the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. I mean, I know this would be pure speculation on your part, but let me ask you anyway. Do you think sometimes there's a bit of exaggeration, perhaps in the media and pundits, about, the occasional spat between the two men? Do you think it's perhaps inevitable, given the stakes, there would be some tensions?
Yeah, I think, any media speculation on difficulties that they're having are greatly exaggerated. I think the president has a staunch commitment to Israel, so much different than President Biden or even candidate Kamala Harris or Vice President Kamala Harris. So it's night and day from the last administration. And I think Netanyahu knows that. And, again, there's going to be some minor disagreements. Remember when he was getting on Marine One 6 months ago and used an obscenity because he was frustrated. And so it doesn't mean that there won't be some minor disagreements, but that's that commitment to Israel and basically given permission for him to eliminate Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah. And also IDF did a phenomenal job on sort of beating up on Iran before the final B-2 airstrikes from the U.S. So, they basically took out their air defenses. So, yeah, their relationship is super solid.
Okay, before we move on to the next topic, just briefly, this issue of peace in the Middle East, it's eluded 14 U.S. presidents since Israel was established in 1948. Do you think President Trump is going to be the one that gets this done?
I think he will be the one. He is all about outcomes. He's unorthodox, he's unconventional, he's just so different than any other president. And so I think it's going to work.
Okay, let's move on to some other talks that President Trump was going to hold with this time the Russian President Vladimir Putin, talks that were going to be hosted in Budapest. They're now not going to happen. President Trump saying he didn't want a wasted meeting. Yeah. What do you read into that?
He's got a point. I mean, they've sort of drawn the line in the sand and said they don't want to just draw the line, and agree on to just take the territory that they've accomplished or taken so far. They want more. And I think that's really sort of obnoxious. And I think he's frustrated with Putin. And, he did the whole Alaska summit, really reached out to Putin, hoping that they could do something together and achieve peace. And it's Putin that's the wild card in this whole thing. So that is frustrating to the president. He surely doesn't want to do waste another trip to Europe or anywhere to see Putin if it's not going to lead to anything. I think they have to make a concession first before the president will agree to sit down again.
So what you're saying is that President Trump feels that he has extended every courtesy to President Putin and he just hasn't been seeing any reciprocity.
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing that Ukraine, that Zelensky agreed immediately to the proposal that the president made. That's not something I would have expected Zelensky agree to a year or two ago. And I think the president has gotten, he's done a good job of getting Zelensky to the right point, but Putin is really failing in this situation, and I think that's really frustrating for the president.
Do you think President Trump feels like President Zelensky has done pretty much everything that could reasonably be expected from him?
I think he has. I think, in spite of the rough moment in the Oval Office, those difficult 13 minutes after 40 minutes of diplomacy, but followed by 13 minutes of chaos. Other than that, I think Zelensky's been really cooperative. And I think, Zelensky knows that it's a stalemate. There's probably little chance that they'll ever win. But it's just a long stalemate, and they've known that for 2 years now.
There were some rumours, again, reports unsubstantiated, that there was a bit of a shouting match on Friday when President Zelensky and President Trump had their talks. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't. Speculation.
All right. Yeah. Obviously, President Trump's European allies will tell him things in their way. They will say President Putin isn't serious about peace. They'll say the fighting should stop before any negotiations take place. Who do you think President Trump listens to most in Europe?
I would say Giorgia Meloni. That's a really good relationship. There's a real respect for her. She was actually respected by the Biden White House as well. So she's done a good job managing Washington. And I think that's, not that she can really move the needle on this, but she's been a staunch defender of Ukraine from the get-go.
What do you think he likes about her?
Really consistent with the MAGA, by every other measure, she is about as MAGA, Republican or MAGA right-wing as you would expect, and maybe after Orban. But I do think that there's a great relationship there because she's really leading the charge in Europe from this new populist right. She's a proud Italian, a proud Christian, a proud mother, proud woman. So and she leads with that, and so you're seeing. AfD in Germany and Vox in Spain and National Front in France and, of course, Reform in the UK, all following the lead. So she's really the first one of Western Europe, anyway, to achieve political success. And I think you're going to see more of that in the West.
OK, and the last topic I wanted to talk to you about quickly is the shutdown. We're about 3 weeks in now to the government shutdown in the United States. I mean, what's the mood in Washington? Because, a lot of people won't have been paid.
Yeah.
This is going to start hurting the economy, isn't it?
I don't think it will hurt the economy. In the last two big shutdowns in the last 15 years, it did ultimately hurt the economy, but in a minor way. It was kind of a sliver. You had some layoffs at some of the defense contractors, for example. So if the government's not paying, they can't pay Lockheed Martin or Raytheon. So you could see some layoffs in defense, but. More importantly, is President Trump's trying to find the money to pay the military. Now, of course, the Democrats will oppose that because they want to pay, their agencies and their welfare state agencies. But 70% of the government is operating, so it's not really affecting people. Unless you want to go to a national park, those are shut down. Other than that, the government's functioning. So you have this moment where and I think this is why it will backfire on the Democrats. You have this term called essential jobs. So essential jobs will continue, and they have been. The military is still operating. We need to find some paychecks for them. But, okay, well then why do we even have the non-essential jobs, right? Let's get back to smaller government. So the president is taking advantage of that. I think you'll see significant layoffs. The only part of the economy it'll damage, Tom, is around Washington, D.C., where the federal bureaucracy is just so bloated. So that will hurt the local economy. Other than that, I think it's game on. Let's get rid of some of these non-essential workers permanently, and then get the focus back on the private sector.
I went on the NASA website the other day and I saw that that's not being updated in light of the shutdown. So some impact there. Just briefly, any end in sight, do you think, to this shutdown?
I think now that the weekend protests are over, there might be. I think that it all depends on the messaging and how the polling is going. Now, President Trump is actually up a point. I know it's only a point, but the last shutdown, he was down 3 points because of the shutdown. So I think he's got some staying power here. the Democrats are the ones that are shutting down the government. They just have to, I think the Republicans have to do a better job of messaging that. The House passed the continuing resolution. 53 senators, Republican senators, have signed off on it, and even a handful of Democrat senators, including Fetterman from Pennsylvania, who's turned out to have a real independent streak. But I do think it's the Senate Democrats that are holding this up. And so this isn't the Republicans blocking legislation. This is the Democrats. And I think if that comes across to the people, that they'll have to buckle at some point.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Greg Swenson, Chair of Republican Overseas. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Mark Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. the homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Don Fungo, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care, and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was, I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So, of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases. And that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that, it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid, and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We tried to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special interview with the President of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, conducted from inside the Presidential Palace in Mogadishu, the Somali capital. Your Excellency, welcome to El Arabiya. Let me begin with your recent visit to Ethiopia to attend the official inauguration of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam at the invitation of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. How does Somalia view the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam?
Well, the Grand Renaissance, Ethiopian Renaissance Dam was a big project that has been going on more than a decade under construction. And it is there for power generation, as we have been explaining to the area. The area is not an agricultural area, it's a mountainous area, but for 5,000 megawatt it will produce, as we have been. That has definitely have an impact on the Ethiopian economy, as well as the region. Already Ethiopia supplies electricity to Kenya, Sudan, Djibouti, of course not Somalia yet. But so that, and power and electricity, energy is the most important thing and prerequisite for any development. So it was good, and it was built there. Surrounded is other issues are there, but the dam as it is it was successful project by the Ethiopian government.
Mr. President, this issue raises many questions. Somalia has a strategic alliance with Egypt and has also recently restored diplomatic relations with Ethiopia. Speaking of your recent visit to Ethiopia and participation in the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam, a matter considered highly sensitive for Cairo, how is Somalia handling this issue amid complex regional and strategic shifts? And does this affect your relationship with Egypt, given how sensitive this file is to Cairo?
I can say only on the perspective of Somalia. Ethiopia is a neighbor. We have not chosen to be neighbors together here in the Horn of Africa. We share almost 2,000 kilometers of border with population on different sides of the border being Somalis and many other issues. And Ethiopia is a part, of course, of the African Union mission here, as well as Egypt now. So our relationship with Ethiopia was not meant to compromise our strategic relationship with Egypt. Somalia is a country that has one motto, which is Somalia at peace with itself and at peace with the rest of the world. So that is our motto, and we all, as I said yesterday, the other day in the inauguration of the dam, Somalia is ready to support both countries to understand each other, not only Egypt but Sudan as well, And there was an issue. This issue was going on for more than a decade now, and still is going on. And I think it will have a positive solution will come. And the issue we raised with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia as well, and he promised that he will be sitting with anybody with everybody who has a concern about the dam and its water.
Mr. President, in your view, what could be the path toward a solution or de-escalation between the two sides on this issue? And who could help restore balance and calm between them?
As I said in the inauguration, I said this dam, for some people it is for energy, and for others it is for water and food security. And both has to be mutually satisfied on their issues, and that can only take place through a peaceful solution and peaceful dialogue. And as far as I know, both Egypt and Ethiopia has always been willing to dialogue the subject. And I hope it will be soluble. There are international bodies who, and this is not the first time, the negotiations has been going on between Ethiopia, Egypt, Sudan, and other countries that have concerns on the Nile Delta, or Nile Basin. And this dialogue reached somewhere, and one of the times there was a signed agreement, another time discussions going on. And I think it will go on, and it will come up. The solution will come at the end.
A few days ago, an Egyptian military delegation arrived in Mogadishu in preparation for the deployment of Egyptian troops under the African Union mission to support stability in Somalia. How do you, Mr. President, view this step? And what will be the role of the Egyptian forces in Somalia?
Somalia and Egypt has a very, very long historic relationship, and a very strategic partner as well recently. We have that strategic partner with Egypt, even Somalia, before we become independent. In the 1950s, when Jamal Abdel Nasser was there, and when the Canal Suez was attacked, Somalia was not an independent, but the Somali people by that time, they stood up and they stand with the Egyptians. Since then, and our relationship is 1,000 years old, since Hatshepsut visited Somalia in those years, 5,000 years ago. So Somalia and Egypt has that type of bond together. In that line, Egypt now is participating in the peace mission, the African Union mission here in Somalia. This is the first time that Egypt is being part of the mission. You know, always there are delays here and there from the African Union, from the UN, from many places, but the Egyptians, they make the last assessment recent. When the officers come here, they assess the ground, they assess the area that they are going to operate. So what we are waiting only is the arrival, the first contingent of the Egyptians to arrive in Somalia soon, and work in the umbrella of the African Union. But as well as Egypt has been supporting Somalia, Somali security forces, Somali defense forces, all of them by training, providing certain equipment. So the relationship between Somalia and Egypt is very, very strong.
There has been some Ethiopian discontent, or let's say concern, regarding the arrival of this Egyptian military delegation in Mogadishu. The Ethiopian ambassador to Somalia even expressed such concerns publicly. Did Addis Ababa communicate with you or raise this issue directly?
No. They've never been raised with my level or even with the ministerial level. I heard that the Ethiopian ambassador, but that was not right. But here one thing is Somalia is independent and sovereign state, and our decisions are sovereign as well. So we choose Egypt to come here, and definitely they will.
Mr. President, how do you view the recent statements by Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, in which he described his country's loss of access to the Red Sea as a historic mistake and a matter of national survival, pledging to regain that access? Do you consider this a threat, even indirectly, to Somali interests or to the overall security of the Horn of Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Eritrea?
Well, there are 16 African countries in this continent who all of them are landlocked. And fortunately, all of them have access to the sea. And Red Sea is one of the seas that surrounds Africa. So if Ethiopia wants to reach the Red Sea, They can, but there are always standards, ways to reach, and I hope that they will follow that universally accepted standards to reach there. And I haven't seen any now war or contentious issues standing. I have been hearing rumors that Ethiopia and Eritrea are going to fight on the Red Sea and all this, but I've never officially heard it from it. But Somalia will never stand and support for any violence or any violation of sovereignty of any country in the world. So we hope that the Red Sea is a very, very important and strategic sea. Of course, Somalia is not immediately part, but it concerns our economy, it concerns our security, and we have a say on it. So we hope that all those countries who are bordered with the Red Sea and those who have security concerns about the Red Sea, all of them has to agree and has to understand each other. There is no country that can be allowed to violate the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of any other country. And I'm not hoping, I'm not expecting that there will be a war, but our position is very clear. We need countries to, when they have issues, to sit together, dialogue, and agree on, but not use of forces. It's not our favor at all.
Another important development is Somalia's election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council last January. First, Mr. President, what key issues do you plan to raise or advocate for within the Council? And is there any coordination between you and major Arab countries in this regard?
Well, Somalia has been in the UN Security Council in 1972. Since then, we were not. This is again the second time now we are elected member of the UN, non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. As you rightly said, we have many hats to wear when we are there in the UN Security Council. Of course, we are an African, and we are part of the African Union, 3 countries that represent African Union. Somalia is one. So we are binded with the principles and the issues of the African Union as well. On the other hand, we are member of the Arab League, and we represent there for the interests of the Arab world, wherever there is an issue concerning the Arab world. Right now, Palestine is an issue, and our position has always been very clear and will remain that clear position. On the third time, we are also a member of the OIC, and we represent the Islamic world there as well. So when it comes to the Islamic issues, also Somalia has to stand. So we have these multiple roles there, but above all, we are there, those countries who are fragile, like Somalia did, who have problem of security, like we did. Our own feelings are and sympathy are with those countries that are in a similar situation or close to the situations of Somalia. So Somalia will stand there, and we will always be on the right side of the issues. Somalia is a small country. We have our global or international agenda is limited only to those issues, and we are a member of the non-aligned world as well. So we are not in one block or the other. We are there for those interests by those people.
Mr. President, how would you assess Somalia's relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, again, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is similarly a country that we have a very, very strong traditional relationship for, of course, centuries since the event of Islam in that country. And Somalia, one of those countries who are. So Somalia and Saudi Arabia shared a lot of long history. At times, Somalia stood with Saudi Arabia when they were a difficulty, maybe a century or so ago. And since then, since independence, when His Majesty King Faisal was there in the 1960s, Saudi Arabia has always been with Somalia, supporting Somalia at difficult times. And since today, they are still with us, and they are supporting Somalia, of course, diplomatically. And in the past, it was humanitarian, that was the needs of Somalia. But today, it's again development and investment in Somalia's interest now at this right moment. And Saudi Arabia and Somalia, there are a lot of discussions going on for development and investment projects in the near future.
To what extent do you see coordination between Mogadishu and Riyadh developing on issues of mutual concern, such as counterterrorism and regional stability?
Well, as I said, there are many files that are right now going on for discussion, and some of them are just close to end soon, maybe in a very short period of time. But so far, what we have prominently already achieved is the collaboration between us on the war against terror. Saudi Arabia trains our security forces, part of our security forces at senior level, leadership level even, and Saudi Arabia also contributes sharing information about the terrorists on both sides of that. So that file is already moving forward, but there are other files that are in the process of discussion right now.
Mr. President, Somalia remains at war with terrorist groups, but it also suffers from challenges such as unemployment and underdevelopment. What is your vision for addressing these issues, and how can Somalia take advantage of global competition, Western, Chinese, American, and even Russian, to promote development in the country?
Well, first of all, as you rightly said, Somalia is in a terrorist war for almost close to 2 decades now. But we have been gaining experience on that. Usually, traditionally, Somalia was fighting with the terrorists on the military front only. And now we develop a new strategy that concerns about the ideological war against the terrorists and the financial war against terrorists. I was curbing the financing terror as well. So multiple fronts are now Somalia fighting against these terrorists. Now, the issue now we have is, as I said earlier, we don't have a big agenda, global agenda. Our agenda is national or regional at the moment, at the best. So the competition between the West and the East and all this also, it affects the whole world. Because, as you rightly said, when two elephants are fighting, the grass is the suffers. So the developing world suffers when the big powers are fighting each other. We have our own concerns on some of the issues, but the world is changing, and we hope that the United Nations, the international order, the international financing architecture, so many things are under constant review. We hope that it will go on the right direction. But for us, we are a friend to everybody, unless that everybody proves that they are not our friend.
Mr. President, allow me to pause at this critical point. Combating al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations. How do you assess the current threat posed by al-Shabaab? And how effective are the ongoing military operations against it in Somalia?
Well, Somalia is fighting not only al-Shabaab, but we are also fighting Daesh in the northern part of Somalia, the mountainous part in the northern Somalia, northeastern Somalia, particularly Puntland area. A success has been reached there by the Somali security forces there, as well as we are doing the same here in al-Shabaab. Shabaab, we are fighting for, as I said, almost close to 2 decades now, very experienced, have a very strong network within the society, particularly the rural Somalia, where they have been there. Those kids that were born when al-Shabaab took over in the 2007, 2008 in the country are now, 28 years, 27 years old. They are the ones who are fighting. People that has been in a rural area, never exposed to any other part or any other world, never have a free media to listen to, follow up. So they have been indoctrinated for more than a decade is the one. So this is not an easy task. Somalia is facing that task. Yes, we are getting very, very good support from the international partners, but not enough. Not enough yet. Most of the burden is facing Somalia with its own limited resources, but the people of Somalia, because of the mobilization of the government by the people, to the people, now the people is really the ones that are leading the fighting, not only our formal security forces. Yes, we are, on one hand, we are building our security forces, and on the other hand, we are fighting. You can understand. And building a security forces is not a very short term, it's a long term and a long process. So there is a lot of challenges going on, but so far we've succeeded to push Al-Shabaab in many parts of Somalia. But you know, Somalia is a big country, and more than 60% of the population are living in the rural area. So still the threat of Al-Shabaab is still imminent in Somalia, and it's a threat, real threat, but it's not as it was before. Mogadishu has never been a secure place, and for the last 3.5 years, I have been attacked 5 times by Al-Shabaab when I was touring the country and standing in front lines with explosive vehicles driving on, as they did recently, even here in Mogadishu. But you know, now their capability of using those techniques and all this are weak, and they are many places very far away.
Mr. President, last March, you personally survived an assassination attempt, thankfully unharmed. What can you tell us about this security breach? What vulnerabilities did the terrorists exploit to target you personally, and, through you, the symbolic representation of the state?
One thing that Al-Shabaab has convinced themselves is that this war going on, there is only one switch. If you make it off, the whole war will stop, and that is the assassination of Al-Shabaab. So they have tried. And not only this time, even from 2012, they have been trying to assassinate me, to kill me, but they never succeeded, and inshallah they will not succeed. Now, in the recent attack here, they built a bomb inside a house on the side of the road map. The house itself, a huge bomb. It was not something outside. When my convoy was passing there, they exploded, and one of my cars were seriously damaged. Fortunately, none of our people, my close protection people, died there. They destroyed the car, and so since then, the interagency task force has been assigned to follow up what has happened and how and who did it in Al-Shabaab. Since then, they were making follow-up, and I think 3 days back, the man who has engineered this has been eliminated. He has been neutralized, and his team, 10 of his team, and he himself has been neutralized, very far away from Mogadishu. So the risk is always there. They try. They have been trying all the time here in Mogadishu, but they didn't succeed by bringing a car into Mogadishu or going and taking over hotels and public places, ministries. They were using to go and fight for 2-3 days there until they are complete of them eliminated. That thing has not happened in the last 8-9 months here in Mogadishu. So, and then there is a very clear strategy built on, which will be going on expanding from Mogadishu, pushing back until we reach it to the borders of Somalia.
During my visit this week to displacement camps in Mogadishu and to the town of Barire in southwestern Somalia, recently liberated from Al-Shabaab by the army, I met many Somalis who expressed hope to return to their homes. Mr. President, when will these people be able to return safely to their towns?
First of all, there are not only those villages, but there are millions, almost 2 million people throughout Somalia who are displaced people, internally displaced people, all over Somalia. Most of them displaced by Al-Shabaab, but some of them are displaced by droughts, floods, or natural disasters. So it's true that cities, when you know Al-Shabaab, what they do, they dug tunnels below the city and they fight there, and the city was destroyed. So the Somali government will be working on bringing those people back. There is one more place that's remaining for that front, which is Barire, which we are going to take over in the coming days and weeks. So the government will work on the rehabilitation of those. So this agricultural is the food basket of Somalia. It's the territory that produces most of the food in Somalia. So the government of Somalia will work with the people and help the people to rehabilitate their houses and their life back again.
Let's turn, Mr. President, to domestic politics. How do you view the direct election scheduled for next year? The first in 57 years since the last vote in 1960.
Mm-hmm. First of all, it was 1969, the last election. March 1969 was the last election here in Somalia. Since then, democratic election has not happened, and we have what do you call it, the indirect election, the selection process. It was good, but it was improving from one time after the other. Now we reached to a level that after 25 years of the Third Republic of Somalia that was established in 2000, we cannot remain in the indirect election, and the world cannot deal with us anymore with the indirect election. People that has not been elected by leaders that has not been elected by the people or the representative of the people. So this time, that's what we are working. I will not claim that we will make the elections 100% perfect or 100% all the 20 million Somalis will vote. But from few thousand people that were selecting the leaders, now we wanted to reach a couple of million people. Only here in Mogadishu, almost 1 million has been registered as a voter registers, and all over federal member states, registrations are going on. So what we are expecting is a couple of million, 3 million, 4 million people will participate in the election. And I think that it has been clear and very visible that the Somali people, how the Somali people are interested to play. People who have never been go into a voting booth now are saying our dreams have come true and they want to go. Case of example, there was a lady who said, I'm 60 years old, I've never voted, and I was not expecting that I will vote. This is the time that I will leave. So it's the population are very enthusiastic, and always there is a political opposition is there, but things are moving through institutions. We established it, reviewed the constitution, established the electoral law, the political party law. All the tools of the game are set in place, and the security is moderately acceptable. We go on as far as we can.
Mr. President, both Puntland and Jubaland have called on the federal government to engage in dialogue over the electoral crisis, suggesting that such dialogue could be the key to resolving it. How did you respond to this invitation?
Elections are two levels. One is local election, local municipalities, federal member states, and one is the national election selected by the parliament of both chambers and, of course, the leadership. So far what we are focusing now is the local elections, which is going to happen soon. Puntland is not included because they did the local elections already. They made one man, one vote local elections. But both Puntland and the Jubaland, we are in the process of pursuing them, and by the time of the local elections, we hope the problem of Jubaland will be settled, and before the national elections as well, the problem of Puntland will be settled. So the channels of communication are already open, and we are continuing with a dialogue with them.
You often say that the federal government is a unifying government. Have you succeeded in achieving unity between the central government and Somalia's regional states, especially given the country's political and clan diversity?
No, you know, the federal system has always a problem. The best time a federal system can be easily implemented is when the state is stable, when the rules are there, when everything is set. Our has been established in a very difficult time, so a lot has been improving. I mean, even now, this term I'm in, there was every 2 months we have a dialogue space, what we call it National Consultative Council, NCC, which is the heads of states, federal member states, and the federal government sit together and discuss about the future political structure of the state, the governance system, the judiciary, everything. So many things has been agreed on. There are little political issues that are still under consideration, and the government is, our doors are always open. We are willing to reach out everybody, and we are willing to accommodate everybody, as we did recently. Strong and important elements of the opposition has been agreed with the federal government, but still there are others who are remaining, which we are still pursuing.
What were the main obstacles you faced before forming the government? How would you describe your relationship with Eastern Somalia, which recently became part of the federal government, and with Northern Somalia as a whole?
First of all, the northeastern state, the area was a very difficult area. It has been a disputed area for such a long time. All the necessities of those citizens who are there has never been implemented. The humanitarian was not was not reaching enough there. Governance system was very weak, and it was part of Somaliland. All over Somaliland is a very stable and peaceful place. We say clear on that. There is no problem. But unfortunately, between this region and Somaliland, there was problem. We ourselves, we have tried to stabilize and talk to the Somaliland leadership, the former leadership, not the current leadership, not to continue. Because principally, we believe that violence will never bring satisfactory results. So we've tried, but unfortunately it never happened. So this is a place now that has very limited chance to go back to Somaliland, number one. Number two, they are a very strong unionists who are willing to unite. But even then, and they have that position for a long time. But even then, although they were unionists, we have never interfered, never encouraged. We have been trying to get the whole Somaliland one time, agreed with them and bring them together. But the process has got prolonged for a long time, and there was no immediate visible solutions in the past. So that's that. So this region is a very difficult region throughout the history. It is the border between the colonial British and the colonial Italian, and it has always been that. That is the land of the Mad Mullah in the history of Somalia, Sayyid Muhammad Abdullah Hassan. That was an area that has been like that. That was a very controversial area most of the time. The last democratically elected president was assassinated there. So there must be an administration and governance system in that area. Without governance system, the people in that area will suffer, and it will create problem to all, both Somaliland, Puntland, other regions. So the only option that we had was to support them, to have their own administrative structure that they consensually agreed, and they did it. Somaliland may have concerns, Puntland may have concerns, but all those concerns can be settled with dialogue, with amicable solution, using our traditional system of peace building.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this special interview. And thank you, dear viewers, for watching Al Arabiya. Until next time.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast. This is a special interview. It was recorded after President Trump gave Hamas a Friday ultimatum: accept the ceasefire by Sunday, or in his words, all hell will break loose. The plan removes Hamas from power in Gaza, with former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair leading reconstruction. I spoke with Blair's former communications director, Alistair Campbell, to discuss it further. Thanks so much for your time, Alistair. I want to start with the breaking news. President Trump has given an ultimatum saying Hamas has until Sunday to respond to the peace deal. He's warned that if they don't, all hell will break loose. What's your response?
Well, I mean, look, it's kind of typical of the bluster and the Trump style that we're very used to. The point is, does this work very well in a sensitive, difficult, complicated peace process? And he might think so, but, you know, I would suggest possibly otherwise. I don't think it's unreasonable for him to expect a response, but I suspect that what's beneath the language is that unless you respond in exactly the way that I want you to, all hell will break loose. And I just think that when you go through the detail of the 20-point plan, to my mind, it's less a plan than a kind of very, very complicated wish list. And I think it's not unreasonable for all the parties that are involved in this and all the people for whom there will be consequences from whether this is agreed or not agreed, at least have a little bit of time to go through it. So I'm not convinced that the best way to have launched this was just with Trump and Bibi Netanyahu in the White House, because it reminded me of, you know, when I know you're from the Republic of Ireland and when I was involved with Tony Blair in the Northern Ireland peace process, this feels a little bit like if the Unionists in Northern Ireland and the British government had got together and said, right, this is the plan for peace, you take it or you leave it, and we want your response in 72 hours. Well, you know and I know exactly what the response would have been.
Of course, and we're going to come on to the Good Friday Agreement later. You're perhaps someone who knows Sir Tony Blair better than anyone. Is he the right person for this Gaza role, given how controversial he remains in the region?
Well, when I say there are lots of complicated issues that arise from every single point in this 20-point plan, I think we're a long way from that happening in terms of this border peace that Donald Trump says he's going to chair. But look, you're right. I do know Tony Blair very, very well, and I think he is very well suited to the challenges that would come from the sort of role that's being talked about. Partly the Northern Ireland experience, partly also just his experience as a public figure, somebody who's incredibly intelligent, very, 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 very focused on detail in any complex process that he's involved in. And yes, he's a controversial figure, but it's very rare in the modern age in particular that anybody who has held a high-profile position for a long time is not controversial. And I guess the controversy in relation to the Middle East, people will say, well, that focuses on his role in particular in Afghanistan and Iraq in supporting the Americans there. But all I would say is that Tony Blair is not one of those politicians who's kind of left office and then just sort of, gone off to make lots of money. He's done that for sure, but he's done that so that he can run the institute that he runs and also so that he can stay involved in some of these really difficult, complex situations. So I think he's somebody there whose heart is in the right place, desperately wants this thing to succeed, desperately wants to see peace in the Middle East. And also, I think from the perspective of the Palestinian side, I actually think will be making the case constantly. So if, for example, if you go to the first 2 points of that Gaza plan that Trump and Netanyahu announced, it says Gaza will be a de-radicalized terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people of Gaza who have suffered more than enough. I sense the hand of Tony Blair in the who have suffered more than enough, and I'm not sure that's something that would have necessarily been put there by the Americans and the Israelis.
As you just stated, Tony Blair is not short of money. Is he doing this out of duty, or is it redemption, or out of his personal legacy?
I think he's doing it because although he's, into his 70s now, he's still got an awful lot of energy. He gets motivated by interesting big challenges. And I think, look, he left office some time ago now, but then he did the job, United Nations Special Envoy for the Quartet. I think he was very frustrated by that role, didn't really have his hands on the levers in the way that maybe he would have liked. And so it was, I think he certainly developed his depth of knowledge that I think is unrivaled for a kind of Western politician. He also made an awful lot of really important contacts on all sides of the argument. And so I think it's a mixture of the things that took him into politics in the first place. He wants to make a difference. He gets excited and inspired and motivated by really big challenges. And above all, he thinks he can make a difference. So, people can call it whatever they want. I think that's the motivation.
As we spoke about earlier, the Good Friday Agreement, Tony Blair, he was instrumental to that. He was one of the linchpins who brought peace into Northern Ireland. He got the IRA to put down their arms. Can he convince Hamas to do the same?
Well, you can see the obvious parallels, but I could also say that there are massive differences. I mean, because of your own personal background, you know how difficult that was, you know how bitter the hatreds were. But I think within the context of what's been going on in the Middle East, I think the divisions are in many ways even deeper. I think the hatreds are possibly deeper. But I think what Tony brought to the Good Friday Agreement negotiations, and I think what is needed now, and to be fair to Trump, for whom I'm not a big fan, and to be fair to Netanyahu, what they've put down on paper is I think, the makings of a plan. It's the possible beginnings of a plan. What I think Tony Blair would be very, very good at is understanding the complexities that arise insofar as they relate to everybody. And, you know, decommissioning in the Northern Ireland context was one of the most difficult issues without a doubt, really difficult. And it took time. And it took, when you say, could he persuade Hamas, in the end, what happened within the context of the IRA is that the IRA had to persuade the IRA. There had to be people who were respected to, listened to, felt to be part of the IRA family, as it were, but who then were persuadable that this was the right way to go forward, to pursue their objectives through political means rather than through means of violence. Now, so the conversation, this is why I think it's unrealistic to put this piece of paper down and say within 72 hours, I want to know what you say, and then now saying by Sunday I've got to have an answer or all hell will break loose. There will be lots of discussions going on, I'm imagining, amongst Hamas and their supporters and their allies and their proxies and all the rest of it. So put it this way, it would not just be down to Tony Blair, but the real persuasion has to go on internally. And you know, that will get signals. We're already getting some conflicting signals. You're getting some people who say that they're Hamas sources briefing one section of the media saying this is a non-starter. You get others who say, well, it might be a starter. So that's where that discussion matters. And, you know, all I'm saying is that if and when these things start to fall into place, I think it would not be a bad thing to have Tony around.
And speaking of President Trump, as you did, he seems very intent on being a peacemaker. Are you surprised by this?
Well, I mean, he fought a campaign in talking about ending wars, ending these forever wars. And I mean, I certainly see somebody who has got this obsession with winning a Nobel Peace Prize. But I think when he talks about the conflicts that he says he's ended, I think life's a bit more complicated than that. And I think there are three conflicts at the moment. But there are plenty of conflicts in the world, but the three that it seems to me require the greatest political focus, where the focus from outside and including from the United States can be brought to bear: Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, and I would also argue Sudan, which is getting next to no attention in the Western media at all, but where the scale of horror and devastation is mind-blowing. Now, I think if you go through those and ask yourself honestly, have things improved? Have the expectations that Donald Trump set when he became president been met? Then I think it's hard to answer that in the affirmative. Ukraine, he said he was going to sort in 24 hours. Now, that may have been a figure of speech, but it wasn't a very careful figure of speech. And you've seen a lot happening. You've seen a lot of diplomatic activity. You saw Putin go to Alaska and have that meeting with Trump. And you saw all sorts of promises of progress that flowed from that, which don't really seem to have been materialized. And likewise, I think what we're seeing in Gaza is off the scale in terms of the suffering of the people there. And I'm not convinced that just putting down a 20-point plan that frankly raises a lot more questions than it at this stage answers. Yes, it shows effort. Yes, it shows commitment. And clearly it's a good thing that he stays engaged in that. But I think in terms of anybody who's ever been involved in a difficult, complicated peace process, I know Trump does things differently and he's been successful at that politically. But I think once you just start thinking you can make the threats, do the bombast, slap the law down and say this happens or, you know, it's my way or the highway, I'm not convinced that's necessarily the best way to go.
Trump has spoken a lot about the Nobel Peace Prize. If he does bring peace to the Middle East, does he deserve it?
Well, look, you know, there was a great phrase, a great sentence uttered by one of Donald Trump's predecessors, Harry Truman, who said, it's amazing what a small group of men can achieve provided nobody cares who gets the credit. Why are we even talking about it in the context of whether he gets a prize or not? That's what I mean about people's motivations. You know, when Tony Blair was doing the Northern Ireland peace process, I mean, as it happens, as you know, John Hume and David Trimble, John from the SDLP and David from the Unionist side, they did win the Nobel Peace Prize. And yeah, that was a good thing and it was thoroughly deserved. But I think the idea that that's the motivation for doing this is just all wrong. And it suggests to me frankly, a debate we shouldn't even be having. And this is why I think a lot of people do question the motivation.
Does the motivation matter?
Peace to the Middle East.
Does the motivation matter? If he brings about peace, does he deserve it?
Well, that's down to the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, and you know, lots of people will get nominated. In my view, yeah. I mean, the short answer is that if an enduring peace comes to the Middle East, and if we end up with a situation where Israelis and Palestinians live peacefully and in harmony side by side, then a lot of people who have brought that about will be worthy nominees for all the prizes going. Okay, why I say it doesn't, the motivation is that he reveals virtually every time he speaks about this an obsession with winning a prize. I remember Bill Clinton used to say that sometimes you see politicians and they think they need a blue ribbon for the job. The job is the blue ribbon. You're the most powerful person in the world. You've got an awful lot of power that you can put to good use. Focus on that rather than worrying about whether 5 people in Norway, because that's what it is, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, whether 5 people in Norway decide that your claim to the Nobel Peace Prize is greater or lesser than somebody else. I just think it's a distortion of a debate about something incredibly important.
And if it weren't Trump, Tony Blair, he may be eligible for the award.
Well, same answer, same question. I think, as you said in your introduction, Tony Blair's role in Northern Ireland was heroic and historic. And I think that matters more than whether you get this award or that award. I really do.
Tony Blair has said in the past, you can't make real progress without dealing with Hamas. This is something that really is going to stick in the craw of all of the negotiations.
Well, you say it's going to stick in the craw of all the negotiations. You know, we're talking about a lot of people, a lot of different vested interests, a lot of different countries and organizations who really feel that they have a stake in the outcome of this. And some of them will like some of the people involved and others will dislike them. Some of them will appreciate things that some of the people involved say and others will not. That is just part of any political process. And far more important is whether you can develop the principles on which peace can be built and whether then you can put together the process that allow that to be met. And, you know, what I saw in the Gaza plan that Trump set forward was the possibilities of that. But what I don't think you can say there is a thought through plan with all the answers ready made. This is a conflict that's gone on for a long time. It's been particularly heightened since October 7th, and the situation now in Gaza is off the scale horrific. And anybody who really wants to, anybody who has the chance to make a difference in that context, I think should. And I would support anybody who comes in from whichever side they're coming from, who wants to get to a place where there is a peaceful outcome to a horrific war. And so I think we should focus on that. We should actually not run away from the fact that it's complicated. It is complicated. And the reason why I don't necessarily think the best way to go around it is to ultimatums and threats and all the rest of it is because it makes it, and this is what populism does, it makes something that is horrendously complicated, it makes us think that it should be simple to resolve. And I think that that is just not a sensible way to go.
Is this another case of Western powers imposing solutions on the region?
Well, it's certainly a case of a Western power, the United States, being in a position where everybody involved has kind of bought into this idea that Donald Trump has a significant role within this, and he does. Now, I think one of the things that's been detrimental to not just to this situation, but virtually all of the really difficult situations around the world is that there has been an undermining of the United Nations. I think that there's been this sense that the United Nations is there to do humanitarian, it's there to do disaster relief, it's there to try and get food in and so forth. But actually, in terms of the politics, it's been very, very focused on the United States. And as I said earlier, I think it would have been better had there been at least some Palestinian input in a way that allowed them then to be part of that process from the word go, as opposed to, there's Trump, there's Netanyahu, here's a plan, 72 hours, take it or leave it.
Moving to UK politics now, you were very much, and in my opinion, you still are, a stalwart figure of the Labour movement, especially post-1997. You, a master of communication, what is your opinion of how the Keir Starmer government has fared?
Well, he's had a tough time. There's no doubt about that. I don't live or die by opinion polls, but I take a look at them, and right now they're not good. And I think he's inherited. I think 1997, as you mentioned, when Tony Blair became Prime Minister, and I worked alongside him. We inherited. There were a lot of problems in the economy and in our public services and our relations with the rest of the world, which we had to fix. But I would argue that the landscape that Keir Starmer inherited just over 12 months ago was far, far worse. We've had over a decade of very, very sluggish growth. We've had public services that are frankly on their knees. And the first year has been difficult, no doubt about that. And we've also, frankly, had to pick up the pieces of Brexit. And Labour are trying to fix some of that. I think that the conference they had last week went well from their perspective. I think they were able to steady the ship in terms of all the stuff that had been around about Keir Starmer's leadership. I think there was a pretty clear direction about what they want to do for the country, and they had a much clearer sense of who the enemy was. And that is this sort of right-wing nationalist populism that's represented in the UK by Nigel Farage. I think if I was summing it up, I would say a very tough first year, not going to get much easier in the second year, but the direction clearer than it was, and we're a long way off the next election.
And yourself, as a master of PR, what advice would you give to Keir Starmer?
I don't think it's about PR in the end. I mean, look, I think the government could communicate better. There's no doubt about that. But, and again, the landscape for communication is a lot more complicated than it was when I was around.
There was no social media.
I think I would say be bolder and there was no social media. 24/7 News was really just starting, as opposed to now when it's kind of omnipresent and proliferation of channels. I also think the public have become, not least because of social media, become maybe more demanding, less forgiving, less understanding, less tolerant to politicians. But I would say be bolder and be more confident. You've got a big majority. Use it to deliver the change that you said you were going to do, and be bold and confident in how you go about that.
Are you finished with frontline politics? Have you ever been tempted to go back, or have you ever been approached to go back?
Well, I don't know. It's funny. I don't know how you define frontline politics. I'm still involved in politics. I co-present the UK's top podcast. The rest is politics, which is a way of staying involved in politics. I work with different politicians and different governments and parties in different parts of the world. I just do it in a different way. Would I be tempted to go back and try to help the Labour government now? I speak to a lot of their senior politicians often. I give advice if I'm asked to. But I actually do think that the landscape of politics has changed so much that I'd like to hope there are people half my age who know twice as much about the way that the modern media works. So I'll let them get on with it.
I think that's willful thinking, Alistair. Andy Burnham, there's been a lot of talk about him. He appears to be waiting in the wings. Do you think he could become the Prime Minister one day?
Well, look, you know, Andy's a very, very good mayor of Manchester. He's a very effective political leader. And, you know, I think the more we have good politicians in politics, the better. But I think that the one thing that got pretty well settled at the conference in the last few days is that Keir Starmer's going to be in there for some time.
Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK, he's someone who's not struggling in the polls. In fact, they're soaring. Does this puzzle you, especially after his role in Brexit?
Well, I'm puzzled. I am puzzled in part because of Brexit, because the fact is that Nigel Farage he's been on the scene for a long time. European Parliament, and then I think 8 elections. He tried to get into the Westminster Parliament, finally made it last time round. He's a very effective campaigner. He's a very effective communicator. But his one big contribution to British history so far is the central role he played in Brexit. Brexit, which he's now promising vote reform and will make your life better. People should remember, he said, give us Brexit and we'll make your life better. It's taken 5% out of the economy. It's made Britain poorer and weaker and less respected in the world. And that is on Nigel Farage. So I think his relative success, and I wouldn't overstate it, he's doing pretty well in the polls at the moment. And he's doing so because he is picking up an awful lot of support from people who are just, frankly, think the Conservatives totally lost the plot, which they did, which is why they got hammered in the last election. And he's picking up some support, less than from the Tories, but some support from people who were Labour and wanted more from Labour when they came into power. But there's a long way to go to the election. And I think that there are so many... The more Nigel Farage starts to think he could be Prime Minister, and the more that the public start to think that might be a realistic option, the more that the scrutiny and the pressure will be applied. And over 3 years, I will happily come back and talk to you in 3 years' time. And if he's still soaring in the polls, to use your phrase, I'd be surprised. OK, but we'll see. Politics, it's volatile. It's very unpredictable right now. Labour still has a big majority. They can do things. They should get on and do those things. They should fix the economy, fix public services, continue to repair the damage that Farage and Johnson and co did through Brexit. And then we'll see where we are in 3 years.
And speaking of Johnson, as you just did, do you think he is the one to revive the Conservative Party?
I think if the Tories brought back Boris Johnson, they really do have a death wish.
We're just out of time. Alistair Campbell, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. All the best.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.